A People's History of Poverty in America. Stephen Pimpare. For Kathleen Bergeron and Joanne McGravy. Series Preface. Turning history on its head opens up whole new worlds of possibility. Once, historians looked only at society's upper crust, the leaders and others who made the headlines and whose words and deeds survived as historical truth. In our lifetimes, this has begun to change. Shifting history's lens from the upper rungs to the lower, we are learning more than ever about the masses of people who did the work that made society tick. Not surprisingly, as the lens shifts, the basic narratives change as well. The history of men and women of all classes, colors, and cultures reveals an astonishing degree of struggle and independent political action. Everyday people played complicated historical roles, and they developed highly sophisticated and often very different political ideas from the people who ruled them. Sometimes their accomplishments left tangible traces, other times, the traces are invisible but no less real. They left their mark on our institutions, our folkways and language, on our political habits and vocabulary. We are only now beginning to excavate this multifaceted history. The New Press People's History series roams far and wide through human history, revisiting old stories in new ways, and introducing altogether new accounts of the struggles of common people to make their own history. Taking the lives and viewpoints of common people as its point of departure, the series re-examines subjects as different as the American Revolution, the history of sports, the history of American art, the Mexican Revolution, and the rise of the Third World. A People's History does more than add to the catalog of what we already know. These books will shake up readers' understanding of the past just as common people throughout history have shaken up their always changeable worlds. Howard's Inn. Boston, 2000. Introduction. The indignant poor and the constants of relief. I am reminded of the old lady who went from the interior to the sea. She had lived a life of poverty. She had never had enough of anything. All the food that went upon her table, all the clothing she wore, had to be carefully considered. One day, she was taken by some kind relatives to the seaside. There she sat in silence, and not a word was to be had from her at first, and, when they looked at her, the tears were rolling down her cheeks. "Why, aunt," said her niece, "what is the matter? Are you sick?" "No," she cried, "I am not sick, but, thank God, I have seen something there is enough of." Oscar McCulloch, 1889. One December early in the terrible depression of 1893, with Christmas approaching, a parade of finely attired ladies from the Children's Potted Plant Society made their way down to the slums of New York's Lower East Side on a charitable mission. Their plan was simple: they would give a small plant to each of the neediest young cases, offering them a bit of life and color for their grim, cramped abodes. They looked forward to the grateful, smiling faces as they distributed their bounty, one little plant to each little pauper. Perhaps that warm thought made up for the trepidation they must have felt venturing into such foreign territory. Helen Gould counted the society among her most favorite charities. Perhaps you can imagine their surprise, then, when instead of being met by an orderly procession of humble supplicants, the children rushed the staging area, seized 4 or 5 plants apiece, and ran off to market them on the streets. The women were beside themselves with fear, and perplexed. For some, it probably confirmed their belief that the poor were irredeemable, they were only trying to help, after all, and were met with incivility and ingratitude. But the children were surely as perplexed as the women of the society. Why would anyone bring them house plants, which would inevitably die in their sunless, airless apartments, when they had so many urgent needs? And yet, useless plants could be turned into something useful. These children made their own judgments about what they needed, and potted plants were not on the list, so they behaved as poor men, women, and children have behaved for centuries. If they intended to survive, they took what little was made available to them and turned it to their own advantage. It might as well have been flour confiscated in an early American food riot, the milk and diapers taken by women during the supermarket raids of the New York blackouts, income illegally earned while receiving welfare benefits or food and supplies looted from New Orleans store shelves in the awful aftermath of 2005's Hurricane Katrina. On another occasion some years later, it was pots of geraniums that were given away by some sympathetic and leisured ladies to 10,000 children gathered from the New York tenements. Apparently no violence ensued this time, the flowers were successfully distributed, and the women must have felt well satisfied with having done such a good deed. 1 year after, they returned triumphantly, in luxuriously equipped automobiles, to the scene of their benevolence, to smile and be condescended to, and to award prizes to the worthy children who had best cared for their floral charges. It was to be a grand day. But few of the children were to be found, and even fewer of the flowers. Many were dead, of course, children and flowers alike. The women were shocked, and they probably returned to their homes a little unsettled, a little confused, just as their sisters had been in 1893.2. At around the same time, Alexander Irvine, who had risen to some success despite a boyhood in the poorhouse, brought a collection of poor children from the city to a friend's lawn party in Montclair, New Jersey, so that he might expose them to the salutary effects of fresh country air. The children, 2/3 of whom were Jewish, were suitably agape at such suburban wonders as elaborate flower gardens and towering trees, but, it would appear from Irvine's telling, insufficiently appreciative of the luncheon milk and ham sandwiches. 3 By all accounts the children tried to be polite, and suitable food was found for them, but they too must have been a bit taken aback by the uselessness of the aid that was offered to them. So it is with so many efforts to help, then and now, the good intentions of comfortable men and women, private charities and governments is not enough, and they cannot provide meaningful assistance if they are blind to the reality of the lives they seek to improve. Novelist Edith Wharton, a sharp observer of class in America, said it well. Affluence, unless stimulated by a keen imagination, forms but the vaguest notion of the practical strain of poverty. 4. Private charity and public relief have often lacked not just keen imagination but consistency, for plants and flowers have not always been deemed suitable comforts. Early in the 1900s, one social worker took a client to task because she had planted a few flowers in her yard. The poor woman was reminded that she should have devoted the space to growing something productive, something edible. 5 It is not known whether she dug them up to please her benefactors or kept for herself this corner of indulgence in her tiny garden. In other times, such as during the boisterous Lawrence Mill girls' strike of 1912, flowers even became a symbolic part of a claim that mere subsistence was not enough. Dignity and beauty, too, were legitimate expectations, these working women insisted. As the song went, our lives shall not be sweated from birth until life closes. Hearts starve as well as bodies, give us bread, but give us roses. As we go marching, marching, unnumbered women dead go crying through our singing their ancient call for bread. Small art and love and beauty their drudging spirits knew. Yes, it is bread we fight for, but we fight for roses too. As we go marching, marching, we bring the greater days. The rising of the women means the rising of the race. No more the drudge and idler, 10 that toil where one reposes. But a sharing of life's glories, bread and roses, bread and roses. Our lives shall not be sweated from birth until life closes. Hearts starve as well as bodies, bread and roses, bread and roses. 6. For this they received much scorn. But why shouldn't poor and working Americans expect more than mere subsistence? Why should it be ludicrous that they demand some measure of joy in their lives? And why should we accept the easy and arrogant presumption that philanthropists and relief agents should substitute their own judgment for that of their clients? As one homeless man recently said to me in response to new programs in New York City that pay welfare recipients and others for certain responsible behaviors, I'm not stupid, I'm just poor. People don't seem to get the difference. 7 It is ironic, as historian Michael Katz has noted, that in the name of fostering independence among the welfare-reliant, public and private assistants alike often require their subservience and their supplication. 8 In 1789, Those seeking aid from the Committee for Improving the Condition of Free Blacks were required to display a becoming deference. 9. Just as New York City Welfare Administrator Jason Turner noted after 1996's welfare reform that a condition of aid should be that applicants exhibit respectful behavior toward caseworkers. 10. In 1967, one proud woman was held for psychiatric evaluation in Bellevue Hospital after having stubbornly refused to allow an agent of the welfare department to inspect her closets. 11. As some Alabama women told the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights in 1968, eligibility for relief has often been dependent upon other kinds of appropriate behavior. 2. They are not going to help you if they find out you are in the civil rights. They better not know you are participating in the civil rights movement. When the commissioner asked what the consequences would be, a Mrs. Wage replied, "Well, if they have given you any money, they will try and cut your monies off and just treat you cold and all, beat you to death, if necessary." 12. There is something peculiarly counterproductive about the disapprobation that has been heaped upon poor, homeless, and welfare-reliant Americans, and the manner in which they have been infantilized, articulated here in 1973 by a Head Start parent, Mrs. Robert Manwaran. You see, the fact that most people who have never been poor can't understand is that it doesn't make any difference if you are poor white, poor black, or any of the combinations. You are forced to feel that you are not as good or as smart as other people. How can we expect people who don't believe that they are worth anything, to get anywhere? 13. Economist John Kenneth Galbraith has written that in an affluent society, nothing requires it to be compassionate. But it has no high philosophical justification for callousness. 14. But Americans are callous, when not merely indifferent, and we have been throughout most of our history. Which brings me to one last flower story. In the late 1990s, Walt, a homeless panhandler living in Washington, D.C., said this: "There are people who are gonna be rude to you that are gonna look at you like you're an animal. It's no different than looking at flowers. Some people look at flowers and they say, 'That's a beautiful flower.' And they stop and smell them. Others look at the thing and say, 'That's just something growing in the yard.' 15. Today, as it has often been, poor men and women are thought of, when thought of at all, as just something growing in the yard. Perhaps social critic Dwight MacDonald had it right in 1963. There is a monotony about the injustices suffered by the poor that perhaps accounts for the lack of interest the rest of society shows in them. Everything seems to go wrong with them. They never win. It's just boring. 16. These are almost random vignettes, but they highlight a few of the features that have been constants in American poverty and welfare history, and suggest the bottom-up manner in which I'll recast that history in the following pages. 17. There is a general ignorance about the lives led by poor Americans, an ignorance, whether real or feigned, that shapes public discourse about poverty and welfare, and policy itself. At the turn of the 20th century, New York photographer and journalist Jacob Riis famously documented how the other half lives 18. But to learn why they lived as they did, or how they survived, we will have to turn elsewhere. One goal of this book is, with Edith Wharton's indictment in mind, to help form more than that vaguest notion of poverty, to more fully introduce readers to poor and working people, showing how thin the line has been and still is between just getting by and not getting by at all, to document the heroic efforts mere survival has often required, to celebrate the security that well-placed and reliable assistance can offer, and to demonstrate how a generous and fairly administered program of welfare can make responsibility and dignity possible by providing recipients with the ability to care for children or for frail parents, to attend college, to access health care for their children, to escape violence or abuse in the home, or to refuse degrading, dangerous, low-wage work. As we will see, welfare can make you more free. More attention to those most affected by but often missing from our histories of poverty and welfare might also help unseat a cruel deceit at the heart of American political culture. A creed of individualism may well suit the better off, but it's a danger to the more fragile classes, who must share their resources and pool their need. Their interdependence is a necessity and a bomb, and another constant throughout American history. One with ample funds, a bountiful table, and a stable, secure life can afford to be independent, alone even. The rest cannot, and must form communities of shared need. The complex webs of dependency that poor people have formed in order to survive have been too absent from our histories of poverty and welfare. Government is the largest of those communities, and the welfare state its most salutary ideal, a compromise between capitalism and democracy. In the words of philosopher Eva Feder Kitte. 19, the independence that is hailed by so many is a mirage and a trap. The wise man or woman will seek out those dependencies that will ease their struggle, enrich their lives, and comfort their neighbors and their children. An imposed independence can be antisocial, alienating, and dangerous. It should not be made a cultural, social, or political goal. There is no virtue in autonomy, necessarily. But there can be value in dependence, and public welfare is a requirement, the requisite dependency for a moral and humane society. Thomas Paine, whose common sense helped rally public support for independence from Britain, saw this at our founding. He writes this in a tract called Agrarian Justice. There are, in every country, some magnificent charities established by individuals. It is, however, but little that any individual can do, when the whole extent of the misery to be relieved is considered. He may satisfy his conscience, but not his heart. He may give all that he has, and that all will relieve but little. It is only by organizing civilization upon such principles as to act like a system of pulleys, that the whole weight of misery can be removed. It ought not to be left to the choice of detached individuals whether they will do justice or not. 20. Paine makes a deceptively simple argument for public relief. It ought not to be left to the choice of detached individuals whether they will do justice or not. But throughout American history it often has been, with predictable results. Among advanced nations, we have the highest or almost the highest rates of poverty, childhood poverty, elderly poverty, long-term poverty, permanent poverty, and income inequality. We can boast of our rates of incarceration, healthcare costs, CEO pay, average hours worked, and infant mortality. 7 advanced countries nonetheless have higher productivity than the United States, many with shorter work weeks. At the same time, the United States ranks among the very lowest for high school graduation, healthcare coverage, mandated vacation and paid parental leave, voter participation, women in the national legislature, working class wages, living standards among those at the bottom, and life expectancy. 21. A 2005 study by Save the Children found 10 countries in which mothers and their children fare better than in the United States. 22. The infant mortality rate for African Americans in Washington, D.C. is higher than in the poor Indian state of Kerala, and the overall infant death rate in the United States is the same as in Malaysia. 23. Men in Bangladesh stand a better chance of surviving to age 65 than black men in Harlem. 24. There is much that is exceptional about the United States, much that is extraordinary and worthy of celebration, but many Americans, perhaps most, would be better off elsewhere. As social welfare analyst David Wagner has observed, it may be that our self-congratulatory rhetoric, what he calls our virtue talk, obscures the less noble reality. Americans do less for the least among us than do other Western industrialized nations. 25. American attitudes toward poverty and welfare have been fairly constant, too, with roots that run deep. In 13th century Europe, one prominent theologian cited the habitual idleness, debauchery, and drunkenness of poor people as their chief failing, much as the Hudson Institute's Joel Schwartz more recently argued that the remedy for modern urban poverty was to remoralize them to the 3 cardinal virtues of diligence, sobriety, and thrift. 26. As early as the 14th century the now familiar manner in which we classify and judge poor people had appeared, the poor with Peter, the voluntary honest poor of mendicant orders and the like, whose poverty was deemed an act of submission to God and a mark of humility, versus the poor with Lazarus, those dishonest poor who suffered poverty not by choice but by circumstance and, perhaps, as punishment. They would become what we have called the deserving and the undeserving, the worthy and the unworthy, the working and the idle, the poor man and the pauper. The most recent brief against the welfare state by the American Enterprise Institute's Charles Murray brings us right back to these 14th century conceptions, encouraging us to distinguish as a matter of policy between involuntary poverty and voluntary poverty. Point 27. Although the language has varied, we have, with rare exceptions, thought of poverty in just this way and classified those seeking aid accordingly. It is only slight exaggeration to say that those with political power have worried principally about the morals of poor Americans, while poor Americans have been concerned about their stomachs. Some of our long-standing resistance to generous programs of public welfare can in part be traced to the pernicious myth of the lazy poor, who are supposedly glad to live off the dole and ready to exploit any effort by government to offer food, cash, or shelter. Point 28. As with any good myth, it persists despite the lack of evidence to support it. Even Josephine Shalowell, one of the 19th century's fiercest opponents of poor relief, eventually came to realize it. Here she is writing to her sister-in-law Annie about the poor New Yorkers brought to the attention of her agency. They all want work, 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 many are widows with young children, many are men who have had accidents. So far we have not really found many unworthy, or at least, those are not the ones that make an impression. And later that same year, she wrote, if it could only be drummed into the rich that what the poor want is fair wages and not little doles of food, we should not have all this suffering and misery and vice. Point 29. No anomaly, this is also a constant, as we'll see. What poor Americans have usually demanded is not charity or welfare but a safe job at a decent wage. What they have had to settle for was paltry and demeaning aid or work with wages so low that they still remained poor. In either case, what has been available has often amounted to, in the words of songwriter Mike Milius, not enough to live on, but a little too much to die. 30. As a result, people in need have taken institutions and programs that sought to control them, or sought to aid them on the institution's terms, and have turned them to their own purposes, like the children described above, sometimes much to the surprise of those who thought they were in control. Indeed, when poor people have behaved in this way, instead of being praised for their independence or ingenuity or for taking responsibility for their family's well-being, they have been castigated for their activism or offered gentle, condescending reminders that a more passive stance might be more appropriate to their station. In a January 1860 editorial, the Chicago Weekly Democrat railed against the poorhouse and its inhabitants and approvingly quoted a sagacious old lady who bridled at the insolence of those she called the indignant poor. 31. Her scornful phrase captures the idea nicely: disbelief that poor people would be anything but grateful for the largesse that has been bestowed upon them. For them to make demands was beyond the pale, and still is. That's another constant, the condescension that has governed American efforts at relief, rooted consciously or not in the belief that it must be moral failings that explain why people find themselves in need, and the attendant assumption that the reformer, the bureaucrat, the policymaker, and the social worker know best what poor people require and how they should behave. But just as it is with those who are not poor, poor people have varied histories and complex needs. Bread we all need to survive, but to be fully human we need roses, too. We might allow recipients to rebut the pervasive presumption that they need to be taught the values of work, responsibility, and independence, especially given that evidence is rarely offered to support the claim that pathologies are widespread. I'm not stupid, I'm just poor. People don't seem to get the difference. There is a danger even in writing of the poor, for it suggests, at the very least, that poor people have more in common than not, that they share interests, beliefs, wants, complaints, or a common culture. In the past, the experience of need and of interacting with public and private relief agencies has been described by the objects of welfare policies in similar ways, so similarly, in fact, that contrary to conventional historical wisdom, the story of the American welfare state may not be the story of progress we've become familiar with, but a story of stasis, as I'll show. 32 But there is much variation in that experience, too, which we lose sight of if we treat poor and welfare-reliant Americans as an undifferentiated mass. I'll go so far as to argue that there has never been an American welfare state. Instead, There have been many American welfare states, which vary depending upon who you are, when you live, and where you live. The welfare state has been a markedly different experience for women, for blacks in the South, for veterans, for middle-class whites in the North, for men, for children. And it has been different for different women, for different children, and so on. 33. There has been yet another stubborn myth, another constant, that welfare, far from being a solution to poverty, is actually a cause of it. Charity reformer Frederick Amy made the claim this way in 1900. It is hardly too much to say that people do not beg because they are poor, but that they are poor because they beg, and that as long as they beg they will stay poor. For centuries the stream of charity has been steadily flowing, and the flood of poverty has been growing, and we have not stopped to consider that it might be merely cause and effect. 34. The evidence for this, too, is negligible, but in words usually attributed to George Orwell, we have now sunk to a depth where the restatement of the obvious is the first duty of intelligent men. So, to risk stating the obvious, welfare and the welfare state, for all their imperfections, do more good than harm. That public aid can reduce want is clear. There is a direct and well-documented connection between how much a nation spends on relief and the basic well-being of its citizens. 35 But it does more. Welfare removes older or other less productive workers from the labor market, and thereby increases the availability of jobs and wages for those who remain. It socializes the costs of caring for and educating the workforce, a burden that would otherwise be borne solely by businesses in need of healthy, educated laborers. It redistributes wealth and income, fostering equity, fairness, and even faith in democratic processes. It may, as a result, also reduce class conflict. 36 There is even a relationship between welfare and incarceration. If money is not spent on relief, pensions, jobs, job training, and education, it will, all else being equal, be spent on police, prisons, and repression. 37 And there is little evidence that the welfare state appreciably reduces productivity or economic growth. In fact, it may be quite the reverse. 38 Even so, a defense of the welfare state must be undertaken with caution. We might keep in mind not only the manner in which programs and policies that purportedly help poor and working people have instead sought to control and succeeded in controlling their behavior regarding marriage, reproduction, and work, or have degenerated into pools of political patronage. But we should also not ascribe virtue to poor people merely because they are in need. This would merely be a form of historical patronizing. Not all poor people are or have been heroic, and there is no nobility in poverty. There are those among the poor who are lazy, base, and corrupt, just as there are among the non-poor, of course. Still, the scales have been so tilted toward one end of the spectrum that we might seek to reclaim some bit of truth from the sophists who insist, because it benefits them, that shared sacrifice and collective action is harmful, that poverty is natural, or that immorality is at the root of need. One welfare recipient in the early 1970s offers her perspective on why such myths endure. Myths are needed to justify the welfare system, a system that cheats the very people it is supposed to help. Myths are needed to discourage eligible, low-paid workers from applying for aid. Myths are needed to divert taxpayer frustrations away from the country's big welfare recipients, the rich and the military, and onto the defenseless, powerless poor. In short, myths are needed to hide the real welfare crisis. 39 As New Yorker writer A.J. Liebling showed when he examined the sensational relief fraud case of the lady in Mink in 1947, the mass media bear a portion of the blame. The politician and the ideologue seek to demonize recipients and delegitimize government assistance programs, while the press seeks sensational stories to sell advertising. The truth of the individual case, much less the larger truth of who receives relief and why, is immaterial to both of these powerful players. 40 This is how the image of Ronald Reagan's welfare queen persists, despite the fact that she was a caricature crafted by a speechwriter. 41 Propaganda, stereotypes, and myth govern our thinking about poverty and poor relief much more than the facts do. By current, official measures, for example, more than one-third of poor Americans are children under 18 years old, more than 10% are over age 65, and nearly 40% of the adult poor are disabled. That is, most poor people are deserving or involuntarily poor due to old age, youth, or infirmity. Yet when we hear talk of welfare, it is still the welfare queen or the lady in mink whose image comes to mind, merely two more in a long line of demons that demagogues have used to whip up opposition to relief from the working and middle classes, obscuring the fact that the majority of Americans would benefit from dependable programs of health and welfare. It's an old story. The different kind of story I'll tell here will not unfold chronologically. Because part of the goal is to reveal how similar the experience of poverty has been throughout American history, I move quickly back and forth across eras. This is not a complete history, either, and little effort has been made to make it one. It is instead thematic, an attempt to highlight the constants in our relief policy, to suggest how the traditional narrative that places the birth of the American welfare state in the Progressive and New Deal eras obscures more than it reveals about the much longer legacy of relief practice, and to answer a few ostensibly simple questions: what was it like to live in a poorhouse, and what brought people to choose to enter these awful refuges? Why did families surrender their children to an orphanage or an orphan train? What was it like to tramp the country and ride the rails in search of work in the age of industrialization? What is it like today to depend upon a food pantry to meet your family's needs, or to wait in a 2-hour line at a soup kitchen, in full view of a scornful public, and then be rushed through a meal so that the throng behind you can get their turn? What is the experience of offering a cashier your food stamps and feeling the gaze of those behind you as they survey your purchases and judge the appropriateness of your choices? What tricks have poor people used to retain their dignity in the face of such disdain? Has that changed? What does it feel like to apply for welfare, and why do men and women choose to subject themselves to the process? And how much worse has it been for those ineligible for aid or unwilling to ask for help, and how have their experiences changed over time? The pages that follow seek to describe poverty and welfare from the perspective of poor and welfare-reliant Americans, focusing on how they have created community, secured shelter, found food, searched for work, cared for children, battled for dignity and respect, experienced repression and control, lost hope, and fought back. The epilogue offers a review of how we measure poverty. This may be where some readers would like to begin. I've done my best to create spaces for the voices of those who have been subject to public and private programs of relief to come through, and have often allowed such speech to go on at length. In that way, this is an unusual kind of history, one filled to overflowing with extended quotation. One anonymous Eskimo girl said in 1973, "My grandmother told me that the white man never listens to anyone, but he expects everyone to listen to him. So, we listen." 42. I take her complaint, and others like it, seriously. This is, in part, an exercise in listening, and, if I succeed, it's by acting as facilitator and tour guide, providing context and analysis when necessary and remaining silent when possible, allowing the men, women, and children here to take the microphone and speak for themselves, to tell their own stories, to sound out joys and sorrows and vent their rage and righteous indignation. Perhaps the least we can do, given the shelves fairly groaning under the weight of books about poverty by eminent Americans, is to make a small space for those seldom given voice. And to take them as seriously as we take the pronouncements of presidents, charity reformers, bureaucrats, think tank policy analysts, and scholars. This book, then, is built upon a simple conceit. We have told the history of welfare and poverty by focusing upon the activities of great men and women and upon key moments of policy innovation. As political scientist Jacob Hacker declared, to write about social welfare policy is to write about why people support and design policies that have specific real-world effects. 43. But what if, instead of asking how and why has policy changed over time, as we have done for so long, we ask, how has the experience of being poor and in need of assistance changed over time? By doing that, and by allowing the objects of policy to evaluate it, by making room for them to describe their own experience and then taking that life knowledge seriously, we see a different story emerging, and a new kind of American welfare state history may be revealed. Point 44. This can't help but be a distorted narrative. One distortion comes from the fact that only those voices that have survived in the historical record can be included. There can be no testimony here from those who never kept a diary, were never interviewed by a WPA worker or an anthropologist, never became part of a government agency or private charity's case file, who never wrote a song or a poem or a letter to the editor. More to the point, my decisions about what to include of the accounts I have gathered are, inescapably, biased, although they are intended to be not just revealing but representative. Perhaps this is best thought of not as the culmination of a project, but as the beginning of one, especially given that I have relied here mostly upon previously published letters, diaries, journals, and interviews. The narrative is also distorted, much like its inspiration, Howard Zinn's A People's History of the United States, by the nature of the project itself. Point 45. I set out consciously to offer a history of American poverty and welfare unlike the traditional ones. So, just as Zinn tells the story of Columbus's arrival in the Bahamas through the eyes of the Arawak Indians, showing us the communities destroyed and the families slaughtered by the great discoverer, I'll let the residents of 5 Points, our most notorious slum, give us a glimpse into the dense, close-knit, and often joyous communities they formed there, or allow women on welfare to explain how their supposed dependence has made it possible for them to raise their children and behave, as they have seen it, responsibly. I highlight ways in which the familiar narrative can be appended or revealed more fully, but I do offer some of that narrative in order to set the stage or to argue against it. The reader should not need any prior knowledge of American welfare state history, although A People's History of Poverty in America might serve as both companion and counterpoint to any one of the fine traditional histories in print. Point 46. To the extent that the book achieves any of its goals, it is in part due to those who have read and commented critically on it. My thanks to Mimi Abramovitz, Jocelyn Boriska, Lauren Fitzgerald, Andy Shio, Joseph Ludd ERS, Furaha Norton, Sanford Scram, and the anonymous reviewers for the new press. Thanks are due also to Hart Schwartz and Paul Adam for research and proofreading assistance, to Mary Ann Linehan and the Pollock Library for gracious assistance with voluminous interlibrary loan requests, to Mort Lowe and Grubb for research funding and release time, and to Francis Fox-Piven, Tim Cornell, and Joie Jacobson, just because. A last caveat, like so many of the histories that have come before, this one is filtered through the eyes and experience of a white, male academic from a middle-class background. That's important to acknowledge, since I pay so much attention throughout this book to the blindness of the affluent to the lived experience of poor and marginalized Americans, and take them to task for that lack of empathy. I'll assert that I'm better equipped than were the women of the Children's Potted Plant Society, but how much better will have to be for the reader to decide. 1. Survive, My Brother's Keeper. On the 100th anniversary of the Emancipation Proclamation, novelist James Baldwin wrote this to his nephew. I know what the world has done to my brother and how narrowly he has survived it. And I know, which is much worse, and this is the crime of which I accuse my country and my countrymen, and for which neither I nor time nor history will ever forgive them, that they have destroyed and are destroying hundreds of thousands of lives and do not know it and do not want to know it. Your countrymen have caused you to be born under conditions not very far removed from those described for us by Charles Dickens in the London of more than 100 years ago. I know how black it looks today, for you. This innocent country set you down in a ghetto in which, in fact, it intended that you should perish. I hear them saying, you exaggerate. They are, in effect, still trapped in a history which they do not understand. 1. The modern ghetto is no longer walled off, with guards posted to keep the inhabitants contained, as were the ghettos that once housed European Jews and other outcasts, but today poor and disreputable people are nonetheless often kept separate and apart, cut off from the rest of the world, restrained and confined. Point 2. Even though more poor Americans live outside the metropolis than within it, poverty is higher in the South than it is in the Northeast, and perhaps as few as 1 in 10 welfare recipients actually lives in a ghetto. 3. When we think of poverty, we typically think about the big cities of the North. Only during the Great Depression, and then for a brief time in the 1960s, thanks to Edward R. Murrow's documentary Harvest of Shame and Robert F. Kennedy's Appalachian Poverty Tour, did rural poverty seem to catch the nation's attention. Point 4. We often think of these urban ghettos as a relatively recent development as well, due in part to Daniel Patrick Moynihan's infamous brief on the Negro family, the urban riots of the 1960s, and the Kerner Commission's report about those disruptions. Point 5. But areas of deep and concentrated poverty have been a constant feature of American life since at least the mid-1700s. Colonial-era historian Gary Nash reports. Wherever historians have studied individual cities carefully, they have found that those who lived in or on the edge of poverty probably comprised at least 1/3 and probably closer to 1/2 of the residents of America's metropolitan centers. 6. Another historian, John Alexander, writes this of late 18th century Philadelphia. The outskirts of the city, where the poor were most likely to live, also struck contemporary observers as the most offensive, unhealthy parts of the city. The air was impure and, in summer, filled with flies. Dead dogs, cats, and other putrefying bodies strewed the ground. Ponds of stagnated water emitted noxious effluvia, making them, according to the conventional medical wisdom, not only sinks of filth but also hotbeds of disease. 7. By the 1820s, the first ghettos had already formed in New York City. 8. Its 5-point slum would become notorious the world over and the regular site of tours by foreign visitors and American notables. Even Abraham Lincoln and Charles Dickens came to witness the spectacle for themselves. Here's one typical description of 5 points from a 19th century observer. The streets are narrow and dirty, the dwellings are foul and gloomy, and the very air seems heavy with misery and crime. For many a block the scene is the same. This is the realm of poverty. Here want and suffering, and vice hold their courts. It is a strange land to you who have known nothing but the upper and better quarters of the great city. It is a very terrible place to those who are forced to dwell in it. 9. The death rate at Mulberry Bend, a favorite spot of photographer, police beat reporter, and tenement reformer Jacob Riis, was 1.5 times as high as the rest of the city and 3 times higher for children under 5. 10 Living in the tenements of the adjacent Lower East Side in the ensuing decades was little better, as Michael Gold makes clear in his memoir. Did God make bedbugs? One steaming hot night I couldn't sleep for the bedbugs. They have a peculiar nauseating smell of their own. It is the smell of poverty. They crawl slowly and pompously, bloated with blood, and the touch and smell of these parasites wakens every nerve to disgust. It wasn't lack of cleanliness in our home. My mother was as clean as any German housewife. She slaved, she worked herself to the bone, keeping us fresh and neat. The bedbugs were a torment to her. She doused the bed with kerosene, changed the sheets, sprayed the mattresses in an endless frantic war with the bedbugs. What was the use? Nothing could help. It was poverty, it was the tenement. The bedbugs lived and bred in the rotten walls of the tenement, with the rats, fleas, roaches, the whole rotten structure needed to be torn down. A kerosene bottle would not help. 11. The modern ghetto, and the public housing projects that often form its core, here described by Baldwin, can likewise be an oppressive, ugly place. The projects are hideous, of course, there being a law, apparently respected throughout the world, that popular housing shall be as cheerless as a prison. They are lumped all over Harlem, colorless, bleak, high, and revolting. The wide windows look out on Harlem's invincible and indescribable squalor, the Park Avenue railroad tracks. The unrehabilitated houses. The ominous schoolhouses. And the churches, block upon block of churches. 12. Here's how another American novelist, Ralph Ellison, put it. To live in Harlem is to dwell in the very bowels of the city. It is to pass a labyrinthine existence among streets that explode monotonously skyward with the spires and crosses of churches and clutter underfoot with garbage and decay. Harlem is a ruin. Many of its ordinary aspects are indistinguishable from the distorted images that appear in dreams, and which, like muggers in a lonely hall, quiver in the waking mind with hidden and threatening significance. Yet this is no dream but the reality of well over 400,000 Americans, a reality which for many defines and colors the world. Overcrowded and exploited politically and economically, Harlem is the scene and symbol of the Negro's perpetual alienation in the land of their birth. This is a world in which the major energy of the imagination goes not into creating works of art, but to overcome the frustrations of social discrimination. Not quite citizens and yet Americans, full of the tensions of modern man but regarded as primitives, Negro Americans are in desperate search of an identity. Rejecting the second-class status assigned to them, they feel alienated and search for answers to the questions, who am I, where am I, and why? Significantly, in Harlem the reply to the greeting how are you, is very often, oh man, I'm nowhere 13. And here's 13-year-old L.E. Allen Jones in the 1990s talking about his Chicago neighborhood. If you act like a little kid in this neighborhood, you're not gonna last too long, cause if you play childish games in the ghetto, you're gonna find a childish bullet in your childish brain. If you live in the ghetto, when you're 10 you know everything you're not supposed to know. When I was 10 I knew where drugs came from. I knew about every different kind of gun. I knew about sex. I was a kid in age but my mind had the reality of a grown-up, cause I seen these things every day. In Vietnam, them people came back crazy. I live in Vietnam, so what you think I'm gonna be if I live in it? And they just went and visited. 14. According to the United Nations, slum dwellers were 30% of the world's urban population in 2005.15. By a slum we tend to mean deeply poor and often squalid cityscapes, and while we may overestimate how many poor Americans live in the city, in 2000 there were nonetheless 2,510 neighborhoods in the United States in which 40% or more of the population was poor. 8 million lived in modern ghettos. Since the 1970s, the number of Americans in areas of concentrated urban poverty had doubled. 16. The consequences are serious. Growing up in a poor neighborhood has negative effects on the behavior, development, and ultimate success of poor children, beyond those that result just from having poor parents. Asthma, diabetes, depression, and heart disease are more common, as are smoking and drinking. A poor child is 3 times as likely to drop out of school, twice as likely to give birth while a teenager, twice as likely to be sick, 1.5 times as likely to have a learning disability, twice as likely to repeat a grade or be expelled, and less likely to get that chance, since she is twice as likely to die in infancy. Areas of concentrated and persistent poverty are seen by business as unattractive, which reduces competition and reduces employment opportunities, that, in turn, reduces the networking opportunities that are so important to successful job seeking. Schools, for a variety of reasons, tend to be inferior, further reducing opportunities for upward mobility. Given the close correlation between education and income. 17 Crime tends to be higher, and residents are much more likely to be the victims of violence. 18 Finally, physically isolating poor people results in fewer encounters between people who are not poor and people who are. Poverty is therefore an abstraction, easily dismissed or understood only through the propaganda of the privileged. Contributing again to so many forming but the vaguest notion of poverty. 19. The causes of concentrated poverty today are less clear, although sociologist William Julius Wilson's explanation, despite challenges and refinements, still predominates. Middle-class white flight from the central cities to the suburbs sapped cities of tax revenue from higher earners and left behind a poorer population that contributed less in taxes and needed more in public services. Exacerbating the problem, with deindustrialization the jobs available to less skilled and less educated urbanites moved away, creating a spatial mismatch. 20 Even before, from at least 1864 to 1923, there was an American ethnic cleansing, in which entire counties were forcibly emptied of blacks. 21 Government itself has fostered segregation, with the complicity of the Federal Housing Administration, banks, and mortgage companies for many years engaged in redlining, a policy of refusing to extend loans to African Americans for homes in predominantly white neighborhoods, or at all. Deeds were written with restrictive covenants that forbade their sale to blacks or Jews. Perhaps just as important are practices, historical and ongoing, of insurance companies refusing to write policies in black neighborhoods in the inner city. 22 Those who remain in poor urban areas, disproportionately African American and Hispanic, may be rightfully cynical about their prospects for advancement and have little belief that positive collective change is possible. 23. The pathology of the ghetto. The slum is not a recent invention, not an anomaly or an aberration, it has been a constant feature of American life. These poor neighborhoods have been so identified with crime, disorder, immorality, and danger to the better classes that we have often chosen to isolate or destroy them rather than engage in the more complicated work of improving them. As James McCabe declared in 1872, the greatest mortality is in these overcrowded districts, which the severest police measures cannot keep clean and free from filth. 24. No doubt. But what measures beyond those involving the police might more reasonably be expected to keep clean the slums? As early as 1829, a group of concerned New York citizens pressured the Common Council to level some 5 points tenements to make way for a new road, citing their occupation by the lowest description and most degraded and abandoned of the human species. 25 Even the famed Trinity Church was a slumlord until publicity outed it. Its response was to raise the dilapidated tenements it owned, putting up office buildings in their place, thus destroying more housing, however bad it may have been. 26. Owing to the efforts of Rees and others, Mulberry Bend was finally destroyed late in the 19th century, leaving many uprooted and homeless. 27. Boston leveled an entire Irish neighborhood, squalid Fort Hill, in the late 1860s. 28. Just as more recent slum clearance and urban renewal projects also destroyed intact, if fragile, communities, ones that may not seem to be communities in the minds of well-to-do reformers. 29. While it is undertaken in the guise of a progressive-minded reform, one wonders what happens to the denizens of these poorest of areas, for whatever the rhetoric, urban renewal has been a project of the white middle and business classes. In post-World War II New York, it was black and Puerto Rican neighborhoods that were displaced for new housing or commercial ventures, but few blacks and Puerto Ricans were to be found after the improvements were made. By 1960, Stuyvesant Town, a massive new housing complex just above the Lower East Side that had replaced a poor, ethnically and racially mixed neighborhood, had only 47 black and 16 Puerto Rican residents out of a total of 22,405.30. Vinnie Caslin discussed similar events in his neighborhood after the war. After we got back, some of the guys came home looking for their mothers, and they couldn't find 'em. It was all tore down. There was an editorial in the Times, "Do away with the ghetto." There was no ghetto. There was poor people, but they were all white-collar workers, blue-collar workers, no ghetto. But then he suggests that maybe it was just as well, for if the neighborhood hadn't been torn down, you know what would be living there now. San Juan right on each corner. 31. Today, we can look to the Hope 6 program of the 1990s, which funded the destruction of public housing units built in the post-war period to make room for mixed-income units. In a play by Anu Yadav, drawn from 3 years of interviews with many of the 400 families who inhabited the Arthur Capper, Carrollsburg project in Washington, D.C., Miss Rhonda says this about their impending relocation. "I went down to relocation and they didn't even have a picture of what the new community is going to look like. And I just wanted to tell that woman, you are getting paid to help me move, and part of your mandate is to make sure I can come back to this community if I want to. And you don't even give a shit what it looks like. You don't give a shit whether I come back or not, because guess what? You got a house in Maryland or Virginia. You got a place to live. You got a good job. You only got shit to worry about. I'm not a heartfelt cause to you. I'm a piece of paper that you shipped on your desk. And oh, I got thrown out, and so what? Because you did your job that day, you get your paycheck, and you get to get in your motherfucking car and drive home. It might seem to be a small thing, but it's still people's lives. 32. The director of the Housing Authority, as recounted by Yadov, said that Carlsberg was being torn down to transform this neighborhood into a viable place. This reveals another pattern. It seems not to register with the creators of such experiments that public housing residents exist in complex networks of friends, neighbors, families, churches, social service agencies, and more. These networks can be essential to their survival, and are disrupted when their housing is destroyed and they are scattered. For all the promise that attended Hope 6, across the nation fewer than half of all displaced residents returned once redevelopment was completed, and while most were living in areas with lower poverty rates, almost all were still in segregated neighborhoods. More than half had higher expenses, and most had difficulty paying the rent or keeping up with their utility bills. 33. This is neither a defense of our neglected public housing system nor a condemnation of efforts to improve it, but a reminder that policies are usually created and implemented with little knowledge of the practical strain of poverty, and with a dim understanding of the richness even of dysfunctional and distressed communities. Home is more than mere dwelling. 34. Too often when governments and business look at poor communities, they see pathology, disorganization, and the potential for development and profit. Residents, however, see homes, neighbors and neighborhoods, the support networks of friends and local businesses, and a large extended family, a community, in short. And if crime and other forms of disorganization are more apparent in these neighborhoods, we might wonder why. As Ramsey Clark, Lyndon Johnson's Attorney General, observed, "Mark the part of your city where crime flourishes. Now look at the map of your city. You have marked the areas where there are slums, poor schools, high unemployment, widespread poverty, where sickness and mental illness are common, housing is decrepit and nearly every site is ugly, and you have marked the areas where crime flourishes. Poverty, illness, injustice, idleness, ignorance, human misery, and crime go together. That is the truth. We have known it all along. We cultivate crime, breed it, nourish it. Little wonder we have so much. What is to be said of the character of people who, having the power to end all this, permit it to continue?" 35. Clark offers a much-needed corrective. Instead of placing blame for the ghetto upon the character of its residents, we might better blame those with the political and economic power to do something about it. Despite our association of poor neighborhoods with danger, vice, and failure, we have had a peculiar fascination with them. Rees himself turned his photographs of the slum into a theatrical slideshow, setting them to music and touring the nation with this entertainment. 36. This is part of what writer Luc Sante calls a sort of pornography of race, from the paid walking tours in which the well-to-do would view the exotic incomprehensibility of the Chinese, the slumming tours that paraded through Harlem in the 1920s, right on through to the gospel brunch tours that bring tourists to the Harlem of today. As one advertised their excursion, join a local congregation for the Sunday worship service and experience the soul-stirring power of gospel music. Afterwards, enjoy a delicious soul food gospel brunch. 37. Historian Tyler N. Binder suggests that slumming middle and upper-class men and women venturing to poor neighborhoods as if they were on safari was invented in 5 points. 38. Another side of the slum. Our conception of poor neighborhoods has been one-dimensional, fixing lewdly upon the pathologies we identify there, highlighting its otherness, as if to distance ourselves from it and absolve ourselves of it. But humans are adaptive and resilient creatures, and life in the ghetto is complex. More than violence, poverty, welfare, and dysfunction, it is also the site of tight-knit families and communities, of hope and resistance, of people like Baldwin's young nephew struggling to escape the constraints they face there. Here's L.E. Allen Jones again, now 17 years old. "I'm 5'7" and 147 pounds. I live in the ghetto. I'm supposed to be a loser. I'm supposed to be on the 6 o'clock news shooting people's heads off. I'm supposed to be the one that you grab for your purse when I walk by. I'm the person that doesn't vote. I'm the person that is supposed to drink. I'm the person that is supposed to smoke weed. I'm the motherfucker that is supposed to fill your jails. I'm the person that you make examples to your kid of what not to be like. I'm supposed to be a basketball player. I'm supposed to make it only because of affirmative action. I'm not supposed to be positive. I'm not supposed to be educated. I'm not supposed to know what I know. But I do. 39. When we home in only on the dark side of areas of concentrated poverty, we fail to appreciate what a life lived there is really like. Most descriptions of our early slums and of poor neighborhoods since then have been through the eyes of the middle-class observers who have focused on the worst in them. But poverty and privation are not the only experiences of people who live in ghettos. Life in a slum is varied and rich, as it is elsewhere. Rees concluded that life there does not seem worth the living, 40 yet people did, somehow, manage to endure. They did go on living, as people do. As Ace Backwards, who lived on the streets in San Francisco for the better part of 2 decades, wrote in 2001. Everybody knows that money, fame, and success don't necessarily bring happiness. But the other side of that equation is also true. Poverty, obscurity, and failure don't necessarily bring unhappiness. 41. Here's another view of the Lower East Side from Michael Gold, one that portrays a different world. I can never forget the East Side street where I lived as a boy. It was a block from the notorious Bowery, a tenement canyon hung with fire escapes, bedclothing, and faces. Always these faces at the tenement windows. The street never failed them. It was an immense excitement. It never slept. It roared like the sea. It exploded like fireworks. People pushed and wrangled in the street. There were armies of howling pushcart peddlers. Women screamed, dogs barked, and copulated. Babies cried. A parrot cursed. Ragged kids played under truck horses. Fat housewives fought from stoop to stoop. A beggar sang. At the livery stable coach drivers lounged on a bench. They hee-hawed with laughter, they guzzled cans of beer. Pimps, gamblers and red-nosed bums, peanut politicians, pugilists in sweaters, tin horn sports and tall longshoremen in overalls. An endless pageant of East Side life passed through the wicker doors of Jake Wolf's saloon. The saloon goat lay on the sidewalk, and dreamily consumed a police gazette. East Side mothers with heroic bosoms pushed their baby carriages, gossiping. Horse cars jingled by. A tinker hammered at brass. Junk bells clanged. Whirlwinds of dust and newspaper. The prostitutes laughed shrilly. A prophet passed, an old clothes Jew with a white beard. Kids were dancing around the hurdy-gurdy. 2 bums slugged each other. Excitement, dirt, fighting, chaos. The sound of my street lifted like the blast of a great carnival or catastrophe. The noise was always in my ears. Even in sleep I could hear it, I can hear it now. 42. Davy Crockett, soldier, frontiersman, and congressman, offered this almost quaint vision of 5 Points some 2 years before he would be killed at the Alamo. The buildings are little, old, frame houses, and looked like some little country village. It appeared as if the cellars was jam full of people, and such fiddling and dancing nobody ever saw before in this world. Black and white, white and black. Happy as lords and ladies. 43. As Enbinder emphasizes, 5 Points had more fighting, drinking, and vice than almost anywhere else, but also more dancing and nightlife, more dense networks of clubs and charities. 44. This is some of the 5 points that English novelist Charles Dickens captured in his American Notes: the joyous celebrations and the easy integration of the races. 45. In fact, there's a case to be made that 5 Points was the first racially integrated neighborhood in the United States, although that's not to say that it wasn't also the site of racial tensions. This race mixing, unusual for the time, troubled many American observers and surely accounts for some of their disdainful view of ghetto culture. Kin and kinship. It has been the mutual dependence of poor neighbors that has eased their struggle and made survival possible, something evident from the comment of a 5 Points charity worker that, the kindness of these poor people to each other is frequently astonishing. 46 Or from sociologist Catherine Newman, who put it this way at the end of the 20th century. What we fail to recognize is that many inner-city families, especially the majority who work to support themselves, maintain these close links with one another, preserving a form of social capital that has all but disappeared in many an American suburb. 47. Settlement House leader Jane Addams made a similar observation in 1899. A very little familiarity with the poor districts of any city is sufficient to show how primitive and frontier-like are the neighborly relations. 48. She contended that many were always ready to borrow and to lend to one another, and that they came to expect the same of the charity worker or the relief official. Thus, the bureaucratic routine, the delays, and the investigations seemed the cold and calculating actions of a selfish man who has the ability to give but would not. This, thought Addams, was one of the many ways in which relief failed to comprehend those it would assist, and why it was often seen as an enemy, not a friend. These kinds of relations have been ignored by those who find only disorder in poor families and their communities. Since our founding and before, virtual strangers brought themselves together in common cause, pooled their meager resources, and helped those in need with the knowledge that, more than likely, they would someday need help too. Let's turn once more to gold and the early 1900s. That winter even pennies were scarce. There was a panic on Wall Street. Multitudes were without work, there were strikes, suicides, and food riots. The prostitutes roamed our street like wolves, never was there so much competition among them. Life froze. The sun vanished from the deathly gray sky. The streets reeked with snow and slush. There were hundreds of evictions. I walked down a street between dripping tenement walls. The rotten slush ate through my shoes. The wind beat on my face. I saw a stack of furniture before a tenement, tables, chairs, a washtub packed with crockery and bedclothes, a broom, a dresser, a lamp. The snow covered them. The snow fell, too, on a little Jew and his wife and 3 children. They huddled in a mournful group by their possessions. They had placed a saucer on one of the tables. An old woman with a market bag mumbled a prayer in passing. She dropped a penny in the saucer. Other people did the same. Each time the evicted family lowered its eyes in shame. They were not beggars, but respectable people. But if enough pennies fell in the saucer, they might have rent for their new home. This was the one hope left them. 49. Before there were regular programs of government assistance, urban Americans had little choice but to find ways of caring for themselves, and for one another. So in big cities like New York, ethnic mutual aid societies were established early by the Scots, Irish, English, Germans, Welsh, and French. Boston, Baltimore, and other cities followed a similar pattern, although Boston had already formed its first society by 1657.50. Occupation-based charities were established early on too, many of them created by and for seafaring men and their widows. From the Marine Society to the African Marine Society, widows' pensions were an early feature of the American welfare landscape, though for our first century and a half it was left to private citizens and groups of fellow workers to provide them. Other trades would soon follow: carpenters, cartmen, butchers, tailors, teachers, shipwrights, shoemakers, printers, accountants, firemen, clergymen, and even tavern keepers. Such associations formed programs of sickness, disability, and unemployment insurance, programs we too often think of as having been invented by elite reformers during the Progressive and New Deal eras. 51 Not so. Because they housed so many poor people, cities were the first sites of American welfare state programs. Missionary Louis Pease established the 5 Points House of Industry in 1853, which soon grew into a large homeless shelter and something of a residential job training program, employing poor New Yorkers at wages that could reach $2 to $2.50 a day, better than many could earn in the free market. In the winter of 1854 and 1855 he set up a large soup kitchen, which would serve some 40,000 meals in 4 months, from May 1865 to May 1866, that number would be over 422,000, over 1,100 meals per day. 52 When viewed together with its broad array of other programs, and Binder suggests, virtually all the hallmarks of the modern welfare system: food, shelter, job training and placement, substance abuse counseling, and foster care were offered by the 5 Points Charities. 53 The welfare state was not an innovation of the national government during the Great Depression but a creation of the first large American cities, much of it crafted by poor people themselves. 54 Other forms of relief have also been neighborhood or community-based, with the less poor caring for the very poor. Since the 1600s, paupers were boarded out. The city would contract with a family to provide for them for a fixed fee. Many of those who took in boarders did so because they needed the money, and many women who hosted boarders later appeared on the relief rolls themselves and were, in turn, taken in by others. 55 More than 1 in 4 families in 5 Points may have depended upon boarders to help ends meet. 56 Other locales bound out their paupers, releasing them to an employer for no fee. In return for room and board, he received the pauper's labor. Children often served as such indentured servants. 57 In many locales poor inhabitants could be auctioned off, turned over to the lowest bidder or whomever agreed to care for them for the least amount of money. Here's one fairly typical notice. Articles to vendu the poor belonging to the town of Sandown and supported by the town agreeable to a vote passed in town meeting March 19, 1832 to the lowest bidder for 1 year from the first day of April AD 1832 viz., Anna Harvey, Ruth Collins, Molly Blau. Article 1 The purchaser shall move the person or persons he bids off to the place where he intends to support them. Article 2 The purchaser shall provide the person or persons he bids off with suitable meats, and drinks, bedding, mending, nursing, and tobacco if needed. The bedding belonging to the poor is to go with them. Article 3 If the purchaser shall refuse to take the person or persons struck off to him, he shall pay all damages that shall arise to the town by such refusal. Article 4 The town will provide clothing and pay doctor's bill for the poor. Article 5 No person's bid shall be taken that in the opinion of the selectmen have not competent means of supporting them. 58 Or there's this revealing case. Around 1790 or so, sometime after it became apparent that one John Baker was no longer able to provide for his wife and children, the town of Thetford, Vermont, took it upon themselves to provide for the family. The 4 youngest children were each boarded out to separate homes. The town's richest man, Captain William Heaton, took in 12-year-old Zechariah and received no compensation for it. For Simon, the Judd family received a cow, and the Way family received £10, 19 shillings for Abigail, an infant who was years away from being able to make a productive contribution to the household. Mrs. Baker was boarded out to numerous homes throughout the town, including on some occasions relatives. In between periods in which she apparently was able to live on her own, it was a common practice of the period for city residents to take turns taking in the boarded out poor. They were variously compensated for her food, washing, gin, tobacco, sewing equipment, and for tending her cow. 59 Only when all other resources have been exhausted from family, from neighbors, from credit provided by local merchants, from the opportunists in the pawn shops do many seek help from private or public agencies. Perhaps because privation was so widespread in the 1930s depression, accounts of mutual support are abundant. Dan Carpenter. The safety net at the time was the big families. Even though you were unemployed, there was always somebody working, and the families somehow managed to hold together. 60. Selma Hanish. Oh, things were so bad. You borrowed from everybody. When you didn't borrow, you didn't have, but you didn't go on charity. One winter it was so bad my mother had to cut up the dining room furniture piece by piece and feed it to the stove. They talk about poor today, 61. Hannah Vance. Everybody was poor, but I remember every time the insurance man would come it was a nickel policy. My mother would have him sit down, and she'd give him a cup of tea. And we had nothing. Whoever came into the house, if it was a bum who knocked on the door to beg for bread, she would think nothing of making him a sandwich. 62. Henry Fearing, unemployed, then a volunteer organizer for the Textile Workers Union, put it this way. The essential thing that people learned out of the Depression was that rugged individualism was a hoax. They knew that because they were one-on-one during the Depression and they starved for it. The biggest lesson they learned out of the Depression was that if they were going to survive they had to pool their strength. It was the only way to compete with their employers. Now they were determined they were going to protect themselves, so organizing during the war was relatively easy. 63. Cuban-American Jose Iglesias. Aunt Lila and her husband were the first in our family, and the last, to go on WPA. This was considered a terrible tragedy, because it was charity. You did not mention it to them. That didn't mean you didn't accept another thing. You yourself didn't ask. Neighbors have always helped one another. The community has always been that way. There was a solidarity. There was just something very nice. 64. Rube Kadish. I really don't know how it is that so many people survived, but I do know if you were flush, and somewhere along the line you had $2 or $3 in your pocket, you certainly shared it. 65. Jack Kirkland, author of the stage version of the then scandalous novel of Southern Poverty, Tobacco Road, said this to oral historian Studs Terkel. It was a more generous time then. There wasn't this miasmic fear of unnamed things out there. Then it was specific, hunger. We had a more specific enemy to overcome. We were all in such a mess. When you're in trouble, you never go to rich friends to help you, you go to poor friends. 66. By February of 1930, there were more than 80 New York bread lines that served over 82,000 meals daily. But as Settlement House leader Lillian Wald reported, it was not just the city or even private charities that did the yeoman's work here, but the Lower East Side community itself. If all the relief that has been given the poor by the poor in small amounts of food, clothing, and cash relief could be totaled, I do not doubt that it would surpass many times the amount raised for organized charity relief. The ad hoc nature of such relief provision and their lack of control over it frustrated many charity workers. 67. Curiously, the Great Depression may actually have been a boon to the poorest Americans, for only when distress was both deep and widespread was relief distributed broadly enough to reach those whose poverty usually drew no attention and inspired no efforts to relieve it. Lillian Brandt wrote in 1932 that she thought that everyone was worse off except for those in the poorest neighborhoods, where people were rather better off than usual because of the many new sources of assistance. 68. Alice Tibbetts remembers. In some ways it was a good time. Everybody had lots of time. That was another thing, there wasn't tension about getting a job like there is now, because nobody had jobs, and there was lots of time to sit around and talk. Day after day. I read, this one came to my room, and that one came, and we sat around and talked. 69. Because there were no longer enough jobs for them, many children remained in school when otherwise they would not have, which may have been advantageous to their long-term value in the labor market. College enrollments rose 2.70. Peggy also had fond memories of the Depression. I remember it was fun. It was fun going to the soup line. 'Cause we all went down the road, and we laughed and we played. The only thing we felt is that we were hungry and we were going to get food. Nobody made us feel ashamed. There just wasn't any of that. Today you're made to feel that it's your own fault. If you're poor, it's only because you're lazy and you're ignorant, and you don't try to help yourself. You're made to feel that if you get a check from welfare that the bank at Fort Knox is gonna go broke. 71. The political economy of the ghetto. One of the things that makes communities of concentrated poverty distinct and the necessity of mutual support so great is their isolation. Ghettos are often physically isolated, to be sure. But it is more than this. The resources that are taken for granted in other neighborhoods, banks, grocery stores, and the shops that might provide for daily needs are harder to find or simply not present. In a 1963 book entitled, appropriately enough, The Poor Pay More, David Kaplowitz documented a range of exploitative practices in East Harlem and the Lower East Side, practices that were common to most poor neighborhoods, from bait-and-switch advertising and wildly expensive rent-to-own schemes, to the higher prices charged overall and the ubiquity of usurious loan sharks. 72 This too is not new. For centuries poor people have been prey to profit-seeking opportunists. Mrs. William E. Gallagher, president of St. Mary's Settlement and Day Nursery in Chicago, described the situation as follows in 1912. The expenditures of the poor in the main are for daily table and living expenses. Consider the meager labor wage and against it place rent, groceries, meats, milk, light, heat, fire, and life insurance, then the foolish Sunday treats for the children in bags of cheap candy, popcorn, ice cream cones, bottles of pop, the pernicious 5 and 10-cent theaters, and to all this may frequently be added, the weekly call from the book, rug, picture, clothing, or furniture collector for goods bought on time, and often worn out, before calls cease, or a realization had of the interest tacked on at the tail end, which of course the dealer never emphasized, so as to be understood, when contract was made. No, the poor constitute the lawful prey of the powers farther up the scale of civilization and craft. Food purchases of the poor are generally made at the corner grocery, where the book account carries a balance due, year in and out, and what about the goods furnished? Highest prices too often, 4 seconds in many food products, second, third, and fourth grades if possible, to say nothing of short weights and measures. 73. In 1967 Janie Boyd said the following to a House subcommittee examining price gouging by supermarkets in poor neighborhoods. A very dear friend of mine and I were talking about work, and she remarked to me that her husband was angry when she got home at 12 midnight the day before from work. I asked why she worked so late, and she said to me, "Janie, don't you know that just before the first of the month we work late upping the prices? This is the time business is good, when the welfare checks come out and food stamps are most used." 74. The economy of low-income neighborhoods is characterized by what John Caskey calls fringe banking. There are the pawn shops, as there have been for many years. Gold again. I went with my mother to Mr. Zunzer's pawn shop. It was a grim, crowded little store smelling of camphor. There were some gloomy East Side people standing around. The walls were covered with strange objects, guitars, shovels, blankets, clocks, with lace curtains, underwear, and crutches, all these miserable trophies of the defeat of the poor. 75. While by 2003 there were still some 11,600 pawn shops in the United States, Caskey suspects that payday loan brokers are replacing them as the emergency resource of choice. Perhaps as many as 15% of all Americans had used these high-cost loans by 2004, paying annualized rates of 350 to 1,000%. There were 10,000 institutions in this lucrative business by 2001, increasingly owned by large corporations with multiple storefronts throughout the country. Those who use check cashers instead of bank accounts are charged as much as 3.5% for each check they cash, and pay $1.50 per money order. They are more likely to be younger, less educated, poorer, Black, and Hispanic. There were over 16,000 of these by 2003. And by 2001 there were also some 3,000 rent-to-own stores, serving about 3 million customers and charging up to 3 times retail prices. 76. A 2006 analysis by the Brookings Institution confirmed that poorer households paid higher interest rates on mortgages and car loans than did others, and paid more for cars, insurance, groceries, furniture, and appliances. Perhaps we should think of this as a poverty tax. It totaled some $6.5 billion in 12 metropolitan areas alone. And this is before calculating the impact of the subprime mortgage crisis of 2007 to 2008, which has had its largest effects in poor neighborhoods. 77. Because of such exploitation, and the dearth of institutions that others take for granted, poor neighborhoods have had to develop communal solutions to the problem of survival. As anthropologist Carol Stack writes of the Flats, a predominantly black neighborhood on the south side of Chicago where she conducted interviews in the mid-1960s, residents there were profoundly interdependent and had created their own local economy, in which they would trade food stamps, rent money, a TV, hats, dice, a car, a nickel here, a cigarette there, food, milk, grits, and children. 78 said Ruby Banks. I don't believe in putting myself on nobody, but I know I need help every day. You can't get help just by sitting at home, laying around, house nasty and everything. You got to get up and go out and meet people, because the very day you go out, that first person you meet may be the person that can help you get the things you want. I don't believe in begging, but I believe that people should help one another. I used to wish for lots of things like a living room suite, clothes, nice clothes, stylish clothes. I'm sick of wearing the same pieces. But I can't help myself because I have my children and I love them and I have my mother and all our kin. Sometimes I don't have a damn dime in my pocket, not a crying penny to get a box of paper diapers, milk, a loaf of bread. But you have to have help from everybody and anybody, so don't turn no one down when they come round for help. 79. Philippe Bourgeois observed in his examination of crack dealers in East Harlem in the 1980s that, according to official economic measures, well over half the population of El Barrio should not be able to meet their subsistence needs. 80 Yet they were able, thanks in part to their underground economy. In many big city high-rises there are apartments to go to for gambling, prostitution, and drugs, but one can also find entrepreneurs who make and sell clothes, prepare hot meals or lunches for children to take to school, babysitters, hairdressers, handymen, and car mechanics. Not only do these local businesses offer goods and services more cheaply, but they may also be part of informal credit systems, key to the survival strategies of cash-strapped women, as Judy reports. When money was tight, it really helped that you could pay folks with promises or maybe by giving them something you made, or something you stole, instead of having to give money. 81. In neighborhoods with few jobs and poor access to transportation, these enterprises might not only constitute the best employment available, but also offer the control over their daily lives that the self-employed among the middle class enjoy. These kinds of self-sufficiency are part of the story of ghetto life, too, as is prostitution, another trade disproportionately concentrated among poor women, especially among those with histories of physical and sexual abuse. In the 19th century, as today, prostitution was a means to escape abusive or unwelcoming homes, an option for young women who had few, neither a tragic fate, as moralists viewed it, nor an act of defiance, but a way of getting by, of making the best of bad luck. In 1855, prostitution was a greater portion of the New York economy than shipbuilding, furnace making, hat making, boot and shoemaking, butcher shops, bakeries, printing, or breweries. As many as 10% of all women under 30 years old in turn of the century New York prostituted at some point, historian Timothy Guilfoyle estimates. Like peddling, scavenging, and rag picking, prostitution turned something with little value into something with cash value. When work was slow or money slack, milliners, servants, and peddlers alike reported to prostitution. In the early decades of the 20th century, prostitution declined as employment opportunities, wages, and working conditions improved for women. Today, as Jody Raphael writes, the prostitution industry has continued to entice the same kinds of low-income girls for the same complex reasons it did at the turn of the 20th century. 82 One need not be naive about the dangers and depredations prostitutes may face to resist disparaging women for turning to the profession. Similarly, one must take in the real opportunities available to low-skilled, poorly educated black urban men in the late 20th century before offering a reflexive condemnation of those who sell illegal drugs. The point is not to celebrate drug dealing and prostitution, but rather to examine those choices in context and separate out middle-class moralizing from the conditions that constrain choice and limit opportunity among poor men and women. Communities of support. By Stack's account, in the flats almost 20% of children were being raised by family other than their mothers, a common part of how this web of extended families functioned. 83 A generation later, sociologist Karen Seckham reported of another poor community. Few women acknowledged how much they rely on family members for help. Although they acknowledged how indispensable this exchange is to them for sheer survival, many women did not view it as assistance or help per se, because of the strong norms associated with sharing among members of the extended family. I was told in numerous interviews that they received little or no help from family members, but on further elaboration, women would reveal receiving either cars, free rent, babysitting, clothes for their children, or numerous Christmas presents. 84. Around the same time, rural Wisconsin resident Colleen Bennett told sociologist Mark Rank about her family. "We're all very close. We take care of each other if anybody has a problem. My husband and I have had financial problems on and off for years. And my brother recently lost his job. So when we have something where we can help them, we go ahead and give them a couple of dollars for gas in their car so they can find a job. 'Cause we know what it feels like when you don't have it. And when we're low, they'll give to us. And nobody asks anybody to pay it back. It's like a running loan company." 85. As historian Ruth Herndon shows, even in early New England poor women formed common households, communities of support, as she puts it, bound together in some measure by their vulnerability to official interference. 86 Atypical and female-headed families are not an innovation of the 20th century. Another more recent study found, likewise, that poor young mothers survived only because of the income support and child care supplied by nearby family. 87 The strategies women used in the first decades of the 20th century follow familiar patterns, as we see in Beverly Statham's examination of 300 women who were aided by the Minneapolis charity organization Society, the kinship networks that made survival possible. Grandmothers, aunts, and sisters sharing food, money, fuel, care, giving, and housing differ little from those described by Stack. Most women worked, just as they do today, and a common complaint among them was the difficulty in finding satisfactory child care. Over 1/4 cited it as an impediment to employment. As a result, children were often left alone while their mothers were at work. 88 So-called latchkey children are a constant, too. The networks that Stack and so many others have identified among poor people, black and white, is not a phenomenon unique to them, obviously. But the interdependence of middle-class families takes on a different character for the simple reason that they have more resources. Here's Mrs. Hastings in the early 1950s speaking to Yale researcher Marvin Sussman. "We have launched our children. We gave them cash, furniture, and helped them in buying their homes. And now they will have to carry on by themselves. We enjoy giving them gifts, especially something they can't afford." 89. Some of the fathers in Sussman's study were able to offer their sons or sons-in-law something no poor family could likely offer one of its members, a good job with prospects for advancement. When considering independence, we should not overstate the extent to which people achieve mobility solely through their own labor. Witness those who, in a quip usually attributed to Texas columnist Jim Hightower, were born on third base and think they hit a triple. Sociologist Loic Wacquant rightly suggests that the ghetto does not suffer from social disorganization but is organized according to different principles, in response to a unique set of structural and strategic constraints that bear on the racialized enclaves of the city as no other segment of America's territory. 90. Poor people have had to depend upon one another because too few outside their communities have cared. In fact, when data about charitable giving are examined, the poorer one is, the more of one's income has historically been given away. 91 New York Tribune editor Horace Greeley noted a century ago something we see throughout our history: the shared responsibility of poor and unemployed people for one another. I saw men who each, somehow, supported his family on an income of $5 per week or less, yet who cheerfully gave something to mitigate the suffering of those who were really poor. 92. Even Benjamin Franklin had taken note. A man being sometimes more generous when he has but a little money than when he has plenty, perhaps through fear of being thought to have but little. 93. Perhaps this, from Helen Howard, might shed more light on why this is. Am I my brother's keeper? I have to be. The poor people, who live just above the welfare and relief, have to live by that old saying, I can see farther over the mountain than the man who is standing atop it. We know and see the problems, because we have to live so close to them. We know that we have a sense of responsibility, and we have tried to instill some of the ambitions we could not realize into our children. Am I my brother's keeper? I have to be. We know what the nitty-gritty poor is like. The nitty-gritty poor is the hopeless and bleakness we have to face night and day. You, the so-called middle class, and the rich, cannot begin to know how much harder we have to work, and still not accomplish a thing. Am I my brother's keeper? I have to be. When we apply for aid from the relief or the welfare, we get turned down. Why? Because we make too much money, so they say, or our husbands haven't been gone 3 months, or we haven't starved to death or been put outdoors yet. We try to make it, honestly we do. It's not a case of being lazy or not wanting things for ourselves, no matter what you have heard or what you may think. We do have dreams. We do have ambitions. Am I my brother's keeper? I have to be. I see all these things going on around me, things like selling liquor, writing numbers, boys gambling on the street corners, and transient houses. No. I don't and I won't call the police to these people, because the people who are doing these things are the people with ambitions, the people who are making a better life for themselves, and their family. These are the people who want to and will get a little respect. This is why I have to be my brother's keeper. 94. 2. Sleep, a place to call home. I thought I knew what it was like to be homeless, but actually, I never really knew. To me, it was those people with the shopping carts, maybe an old man with a bottle. Homeless. Ness was nothing that could ever happen to me. I had too much going. Now when people hear that I am homeless, they don't see who I am. First, they see in their heads that old bag lady, then they think of me, and somehow try to figure out how we are alike. Damn them. Anonymous, 1996. See, the first thing they think that we're all bums. Next they think we're criminals. Am I right? Or we're drug addicts. Or we're chronic alcoholics and don't mean no good to ourselves or anybody. Since we're homeless they think there's got to be something wrong with us, you know. Late 1980s. People in the shelters feel that they are choking. The physical sense of being trapped, packed, and concealed, but, even more, the vivid recognition that they are the objects of society's avoidance or contempt creates a panic that they can't get air enough into their lives, into their lungs. This panic is endemic. The choking sensation is described repeatedly by many adults and their children. Physicians often hear these words, I can't breathe, in interviews with homeless patients. I hear this statement again and again. Sometimes it is literally the case. Jonathan Kozol, 1988. I'm not homeless. I'm familyless. Abigail, 1993. They have slept under bridges, in parks or abandoned buildings, underground in subway tunnels, on the streets, or in poorhouses, workhouses, welfare hotels, orphanages, and shelters. Some have taken to the road, moving from town to town in search of work. These men, women, and children have gone by many names: tramps and hobos, lodgers and bums, vagrants and vagabonds. Today, we lump them together under the generic category of the homeless, although this term is a relatively new one. Not until 1983 does the category of homeless persons appear in the index for the New York Times. For instance, 1 cities often have done badly by their poorest residents, in part by design. If the treatment for poverty is sufficiently unattractive, after all, fewer will seek it. They will instead take whatever work they can find at whatever wage, increasing the pool of cheap laborers and saving public dollars at the same time too. It is during periods of growing inequality when the most punitive approaches to direst poverty seem especially visible in the historical record. Perhaps regressive redistribution and repression go hand in hand. 3. Life in the colonial poorhouse was closely regulated, as it was in the 19th century, just as it is in the shelter today. Residents were summoned to wake and eat with the bells, assigned work, and punished for failing to comply. Among many poorhouse regulations were those that governed the demeanor of inmates. In 1784, new laws for the poorhouse and workhouse in Manhattan decreed: none shall ever swear, abuse, or give ill language to one another or be clamorous, but all shall behave themselves soberly, decently, and courteously to each other, and submissive to their superiors and governors. 4. Although present since the early 17th century, it was in the 19th century that the poorhouse was most widespread. Over most of our history, they housed a diverse range of persons who had little in common but their poverty. They were home to infants and children as well as the elderly. In one poorhouse there might be men and women, the sick and the able-bodied, the sane and those deemed insane, the epileptic, idiots, the deaf, and the blind. 5. Also likely present were criminals and alcoholics, who were sometimes sentenced to labor in the workhouse as punishment for their offenses. Although there were exceptions, they were dark, dirty, dilapidated, overcrowded, and ill-funded. Residents were likely to be poorly fed, cheaply clothed, and treated with brutality or indifference by badly trained and underpaid staff. Sickness and disease, rats and mice, and lack of heat were common. Overseers and superintendents of the poor, the city or county officials usually responsible for the care of those in need, earned low wages and were little supervised. Some almshouses were paid a flat fee for each inmate, creating an incentive for them to keep their spending low. To punish inmates, leg irons and chains were sometimes used, along with beatings, solitary confinement, and diets of bread and water. Work was often required for food and shelter, whether the institution was called a workhouse or not. Although some engaged their residents in productive work, others created make-work projects in the belief that the reform of the inmate would proceed more effectively if the values and habits of work were inculcated in them. Indeed, many such institutions saw as part of their mission the rehabilitation of their charges, whose moral lassitude was believed to have brought them to poverty. Some required inmates to attend educational or motivational lectures, others imposed religious observance. 6. Early in our history, the sick poor depended upon private religious and ethnic charities for housing and care, like the Scots Charitable Society or the German Gesellschaft in Philadelphia. Albert Deutsch places the date of the first recorded public hospital Kusthauses, as they were sometimes called, at Jamestown in 1621, Boston followed in 1658. Other towns erected pest houses, isolated cabins, often in the woods, to house those thought to have communicable diseases. Many of these were small shacks, like the ones for the supposed insane, designed to isolate and house a lone inhabitant. Some paupers, like James Turner, who sought help in 1744 from St. Peter's Parish in Virginia, had become poor only after having already exhausted their resources on doctors and medicines. Then, as now, sickness was often a cause of poverty and bankruptcy. 7. Another constant. Not until 1751 in Philadelphia do we see the establishment of what we might today recognize as a hospital, a large, congregate care facility specifically for the ill, with physicians and other medical personnel on staff. 8. The first asylum followed in Virginia in 1769. Only then could a mentally ill colonist have a chance of receiving appropriate treatment and decent care. but it was only a chance, for asylums also have a dark history. Confined in airless, windowless, dark, and dirty rooms, inmates were sometimes bound together by the neck or legs, or to iron weights or tree trunks, and fed a thin diet of stale bread and gruel. They were described in reports as wallowing in their own excrement and rarely bathed. The air so fetid, noted one state report, as to produce nausea, and almost vomiting. One 70-year-old man, the state of New Jersey reported, had been held for 25 years and had been unchained only once. To be in such places as Bellevue Hospital was to live among disease and death, foul smells, and dirty drinking water, to work long, hard hours at a range of occupations, and to be used as practice for medical students or as subjects for medical research. Even children and the infirm were required to labor for their keep. 9 Remedies for those incarcerated included fetters, whips, confinement, starvation, and suffocation in water almost to drowning. Much of what many institutions sought to cure was intemperance, what we would today call alcoholism, although the disease was then seen as needing moral reform rather than medical intervention. It was easier to fixate upon drink as the cause of misfortune, perhaps, than to see it as merely a symptom of more complicated problems. Lars Einar makes the point while recounting his experience of contemporary homeless shelters. It would have been greatly to my advantage if I could have admitted to being an alcoholic or a drug addict. The social workers have no way of assisting someone who is sane and sober. My interview with the social worker made it clear that only 3 explanations of homelessness could be considered: drug addiction, alcoholism, and psychiatric disorder. The more successful I was in ruling out one of these explanations, the more certain the others would become. Professional people like to believe this. They like to believe that no misfortune could cause them to lose their own privileged places. They like to believe that homelessness is the fault of the homeless, that the homeless have special flaws not common to the human condition, or at least the homeless have flaws that professional people are immune to. 11. Intrepid reporter Nellie Bly contrived to get herself admitted to the Women's Lunatic Asylum on Blackwell's Island in 1888. The place she found was cold, with lousy food and not enough of it. Towels and linen were dirty, the inmates' clothes were washed seldom and none too well. I watched crazy patients who had the most dangerous eruptions all over their faces dry on the towels, and then saw women with clean skins turn to use them. The doctors had little apparent interest in their patients. The nurses were cruel or indifferent, their behavior ranging from mere neglect to violence, with a seemingly constant effort at degradation and humiliation, demanding blind obedience and docility of their wards, as overseers and jailers do everywhere. Said one nurse to Bly. People on charity should not expect anything and should not complain. Said another, upon refusing Bly a nightgown. You are in a public institution now, and you can't expect to get anything. This is charity, and you should be thankful for what you get. You don't need to expect any kindness here, for you won't get it. 12. The uses made of the asylum could have little or nothing to do with curing the ill and much to do with confining or punishing the rebellious. As with other institutions of the welfare state, it was a means of regulation and control and a site in which citizens fought one another for power and for property. Elizabeth Packard, to take one example, was involuntarily committed to an asylum in 1860, kidnapped, as she characterizes it, solely upon the oath of her minister husband, who was troubled by her unorthodox religious teachings. Mr. Packard, she insists in a long, angry, and thoughtful memoir of her ordeal, was also seeking to seize property that she would not give to him. "It is for your own good that I am doing this," he told her upon her incarceration. "I want to save your soul." The law readily permitted a husband such power over both his wife's property and her freedom, and she was confined for 3 awful years to her asylum prison. There she encountered many similarly situated married women, who, she observed, were released only after having demonstrated themselves willing to be subservient to their husbands' will. 13. Children have found themselves incarcerated, too. While America was not the penal colony that Australia was for the British Empire, After 1733 over 1800 young paupers were sent to Georgia in its first decade, a practice evident elsewhere in the colonies since at least the early 1600s, when thousands of London children were sent to work in Virginia. Children were committed to workhouses and poorhouses, just as adults were, and were expected to labor for their keep, just like their elders. Reformers, until the first decades of the 20th century, were content to break up families, even to put an entire ocean between poor parents and their children, in the belief that degraded parents would only spread the disease of pauperism to their offspring. Poor parents, often barely able to afford to care for their children, had little power to intercede when their children were taken from them. 14. Life inside. For all their dark affect, their cruelty, and their control, the poorhouse and its sister institutions have also served as the closest thing many had to community, to home. Poor people have consistently used them as part of their survival strategies, much to the chagrin of the overseers. 15 Men, women, and even entire families would enter the poorhouse, staying until they could get back on their feet. Women would give up their children during periods of scarcity, and reclaim them when they could again afford them. Some women, too poor to afford medical care, would enter the poorhouse during the late stages of pregnancy and remain there for childbirth and a time afterward, to receive a doctor's attention and have more regular access to food for themselves and their newest, and most fragile, family member. Some of the more enterprising residents smuggled out some of the house's possessions when they left. 16 Some women applied for admittance to the poorhouse not actually seeking admission, but to bring state power to bear on their husbands, knowing the overseers would try to force him to support her in order to spare the public the expense. 17 But it was the use of poorhouses by able-bodied men that most drew the scorn and outrage of reformers and politicians, who characterized some as winter resorts for tramps. Given the seasonal nature of so much employment, many men would admit themselves for the winter and check themselves out once spring arrived and work again might be found. To evaluate the poorhouse or the shelter, therefore, we need to examine not only how the poorhouse used its inhabitants, but how its inhabitants used the poorhouse. This is how Mary Smith characterized the poor female inhabitants of one San Francisco almshouse in the early 1890s. The character of these women presents special difficulties. The majority are more or less feeble-minded, deficient, or erratic in memory, all are prolix in thought and speech, many lie with facility. 18. They were, she proclaimed, the dregs of society. Nearly 70% of the adult women there were widows, 3 times the number in the female population at large. As many as 3/4 came from poor families. More than a third had been admitted 2 or more times. Smith was particularly disapproving of that practice, and frustrated by her inability to distinguish between the decent and the indecent, the capable and the incapable. Of the old, she reported that they were often resigned to their fate because they are led to believe that the almshouse is a state institution, and that it is the business of the state to take care of them. Often it hurts their pride less to be dependent on that abstract thing, the state, than upon children and relatives who are ashamed of them. Her case notes reveal some of the diversity among inmates, the manner in which they were prone to be classified, and the easy judgment she made of their character. Difficult temper. Respectable, industrious, cries incessantly for her children. Filthy, prostitute. Spy in Civil War, camp follower, says she saved Grant's life and he gave her a watch, married twice, once to a gambler, second time to an embezzler, one daughter an actress, good-looking and disreputable woman, who puts mother in almshouse when she goes on tour. Speaks gently, is now growing childish. Was found wandering in the park. Stares vacantly, seldom speaks. Very neat and docile. Belligerent, venomous tongue. Untruthful, vulgar. Has to be bathed. Magpie instinct, stows all sorts of stuff under her bed. 6 years ago fell from a horse while herding cattle. Behaves precisely like a horse, and has to be cared for like a baby, ought to be in an institution for the feeble-minded, although uneducable. Speechless, cries all the time. Exceedingly timid, lacks initiative, does very well when directed. Feminine dependence has become pauper instinct. Very slovenly, thinks her husband will return. Has several times tried to commit suicide. Husband a jeweler, who sent her to city hospital because times were hard, hospital sent her to almshouse. Husband says he will take her out as soon as times are better. One well-dressed daughter and one son in city who come to see her and say times are hard. Probably makes a convenience of almshouse. Has concluded that this is cheapest place to spend her latter years. Stupid, quarrelsome, shiftless. Thinks herself Queen of Ireland. Was seduced in her youth, which is said to have made her insane, has been twice in an asylum, relatives do not want to keep her there because it costs something. This is Boxcar Bertha's description of the women's wing of New York's municipal lodging house in the mid-1930s. When all had deposited their purses and possessions, the whole line started for the bathroom, as baths were compulsory. Our clothes were placed on hangers and fumigated. We were given nightgowns. In the bathroom I had a chance to see my fellow guests. The most startling thing was that the bulk of them seemed old women. All about me were sagging, misshapen bodies, stringing gray hair, faces with experience written deeply into them, tired lusterless eyes. The average age, I found out later, was between 40 and 50, but most of the women looked much older. Together they appeared all middle-aged, hard-working housewives. Certainly none of them looked like criminals. The majority were Irish and Irish-American. About 10% were Negro, and there was a sprinkling of Polish, Lithuanian and English. A few showed signs of drink. A number appeared to be sisters of the road. All bore the marks of poverty. Most of them were talkative and friendly. Half of them told me they were widows. At least 1 in 4 told the same story. Our home was broken up. My husband lost his job. We couldn't pay the rent. My old man's in the men's side, next door. Some had been there only a few days, others for months. Most of them came periodically. When they got a job they would leave, and when it failed they came back. Between jobs they looked upon the municipal lodging house as a home. I heard no dramatic, tragic stories. They accepted without resentment the fact that they were the product of the system, a society that hires and fires, of a society in which landlords must have their rent. There were only a few like me who didn't need the place, just tramps on a little excursion. We slept in double-decked cots with comfortable mattresses, clean sheets, blankets, and pillows. I didn't sleep much. Many of the women were hacking and coughing, many of them groaning and talking in their sleep. 19. Some poor women and their children have lived in what we have recently called welfare hotels, longer-term residences for those with no access to public housing and no better options. Although known best as a literary critic, Edmund Wilson produced some powerful reporting during the Depression. Here's his 1932 description of what was once the Ozark Hotel in Chicago. There is darkness in the 100 cells, the tenants cannot pay for light, and cold, the heating system no longer works. It is a fire trap which has burned several times the last time several people were burned to death. And, now, since it is not good for anything else, its owner has turned it over to the Negroes, who flock into the tight-packed apartments and get along there as best they can on such money as they collect from the charities. There are former domestic servants and porters, former mill hands and stockyard workers, there are prostitutes and hoodlums next door to respectable former laundresses and Baptist preachers. For light, they burn kerosene lamps, and for warmth, small coal stoves and charcoal buckets. The water closets do not flush, and the water stands in the bathtubs. The children go to play in the dark halls or along the narrow iron galleries of an abysmal central shaft, which, lighted faintly through glass at the top, is foggy and stifling with coal smoke like a nightmare of jail or hell. The 2 top floors have been stripped by fire and by the tenants tearing things out to burn or sell. Apartments have lost their doors and plumbing pipes lie uncovered. These 2 floors have been condemned and deserted. Relief workers who have visited the Angelus building have come away so overwhelmed with horror that they have made efforts to have the whole place condemned to the piteous distress of the occupants, who consider it an alright enough place when you've got nowhere else to go. And where to send these 67 Negro families? Brought to America in the holds of slave ships and afterwards released from their slavery with the chance of improving their lot, they are now being driven back into the black cavern of the Angelus building, where differing standards of living, won sometimes by the hard work of generations, are all being reduced to 0.20. Notice that the relief workers want to solve the problem simply by tearing it down. Writer, schoolteacher, and activist Jonathan Kozol offered this description more than 50 years later of another residence for homeless families, the Martinique Hotel in New York City. The Martinique is not the worst of the hotels for homeless families in New York. In visiting the Martinique, one tries to keep this point in mind, but it is, at first, not easy to imagine something worse. Members of the New York City Council who visited the building in July of 1986 were clearly shaken. People passing by the hotel have no sense of the tragic dimensions of life inside. Upon entering the hotel, one is greeted by a rush of noise, made in large part by the many small children living there. These children share accommodations with a considerable cockroach and rodent population. It is difficult to do full justice to the sense of hopelessness one feels on entering the building. Even the light seems dimmer here, the details harder to make out, the mere geography of twisting corridors and winding stairs and circular passageways a maze that I found indecipherable at first and still find difficult to figure out. Above and beyond are all those rooms, some as small as 10 feet square, in which the residents do what they can to make it through the hours and the years. I find the Martinique Hotel the saddest place that I have been in my entire life. 21. Hell is the name of a 28-year-old Puerto Rican woman in late 1980s Philadelphia. Here's her experience with a family shelter. I was in a couple of shelters, and any shelter I was in, it was dirty. We had cockroaches the size of mice. And the food. And violence. If the shelters were any better, a lot of people would go to them. But they're not any good. You know, you don't get any respect. It's like you're under martial law. And it's hard. 22. Grace said this, a few years later. When you live in a shelter, other people control your life. They tell you when you may come in and when you must go out. They tell you when you can take your shower and when you can wash your clothing. Control. 23. Gwendolyn Dordick found this control very much in evidence in the small, private shelter she studied. It saw as its mission to change the residents, and even described their volunteers' role as visiting. The friendly visitor is still with us and little changed, it sometimes seems. As one volunteer noted with surprise. I expected dirty people. They're all so clean, you would never know they are homeless. 24. As Dordick puts it in writing about a men's shelter. The men live in a fishbowl, their progress monitored constantly in the logbook by well-meaning volunteers who want their clients to be more like them. 25. There are exceptions. At the Refuge, a shelter that ethnographer Elliot Liebau spent time in, the director, Rachel, maintained. We are not here to change the women. We are here to offer them a safe, warm place to sleep at night. 26. However, even here, Liebau could find the friendly visitor. One of the women came back to the kitchen and said she didn't really like tonight's tuna casserole, and could she have something else? The pantry was uncharacteristically bare that evening, and I gave her some peanut butter, jelly, and crackers. The volunteer shook her head in disapproval and spoke with great earnestness. Those 7 people who were killed last week, they gave so much to the world, and they died giving more. But these people, they give nothing. All they do is take and ask for more. As Liebau comments, that a serving of peanut butter and jelly could tap this much resentment is a measure of its depth. 27. As bad as women's and family shelters have been and continue to be, the conditions in men's shelters have often been worse. This is from a 1933 account of life in a New York flophouse 28, and initially it sounds much like Bertha's description. Now everybody makes ready to go to bed, though it may be only 6, there is literally nothing else to do. One may not smoke or read during the evening, all clothing, all belongings are handed into a checkman in the large dressing room adjoining the cafeteria. Our new man, along with scores of others, disrobes completely, and wears only a brass check given as a receipt for his clothing, which is rushed down on a sort of handcar to the fumigating chamber below, to be baked at a temperature of 220 Fahrenheit. Then he is given a swift doctor's examination, sent in a crowd through the hot shower room, and so, deloused, washed, ticketed and clad in a rough fumigated nightshirt which hangs down to the knees and open at the sides, so, in a long shuffling nightshirt parade, to bed. The beds, 2-story army cots set close together in endless rows, have numbers which correspond with one's brass check. Yet, he continues, it is like nothing else, save perhaps a scene from Dante. One reposes in the world's biggest bedroom, made of a covered pier shed which extends 800 feet over the East River and houses 1,724 idle citizens. Truly a man need no longer feel himself alone or forgotten. Here he is in the bosom of an immense family of his fellows who will be coughing and snoring at him all night, hundreds upon hundreds of them in their rumpled nightshirts, now sitting up in bed, or climbing out or getting in, or leaning down to talk to a neighbor in the lower bunk, or simply sitting still and staring at their feet. Here are Negroes and whites, Jews and Gentiles of all kinds, their faces haggard and wild under the ghastly light that falls from big lamps overhead, which are turned low not long after 7. As it is today, it's often the smell that most distinguishes American refuges for homeless men. From the same account, the place is warm enough, almost too warm, and filled with a mighty human stench. This stench will become the most familiar thing in the world to the guest of the city's lodging house system. It is made up in part of the inevitable disinfectants, in part of the odor from the hundreds of human bodies, less sweet than cows, less fragrant than horses. It will be fixed for good in his rumpled clothing handed back early in the morning, at 6 a.m., when he is waked for his only other meal of the day, watery oatmeal and black coffee. Then he will be marched out into the street, still grey at 7 o'clock, for no loitering is allowed here during the day, in a long line of robots with baggy trousers and disheveled coats, robots without work and a day of leisure before them. 29. Alexander Irvine described a men's lodging house in 1909. The strips of canvas arranged in double tiers were full of lodgers. The floor was strewn with bodies, naked, half naked, and fully clothed. We had to step over them to get to the other end. There was a stove in the middle of the room, and beside it, a dirty old lamp shed its yellow rays around, but by no means lighted the dormitory. The plumbing was open, and the odors coming therefrom and from the dirty, sweaty bodies of the lodgers and from the hot air of the stove windows and doors being tightly closed made the atmosphere stifling and suffocating. 30. Edmund Wilson again, describing a 1932 Chicago shelter. On the floors befouled with spittle, in the peppery Swedish stink of food cooking, sulfur fumigations, bug exterminators, rank urinals doctored with creosote, ingredients of the general fator that more or less prominently figure as one goes from floor to floor, from room to room, but all fuse in the predominant odor of stagnant and huddled humanity. They flop at last on the army cots or in the bunks in double tiers, where the windows which are shut to keep out the cold keep in the sour smell. 31. One resident of a Chicago lodging house focuses on sound, rather than smell. The symphony began. It started pianissimo with the wind's belches, groans, farts, incipient snores. It rose in a crescendo of tubercular coughing, bibula slurping, snorting and snoring, a vomit, and many stringed cot creaking. After a climax of nightmare yells, partitions pounding, and cries of protest, a brief intermission called by the night clerk. Then on again, till dawn's early light brought the quiet of windless exhaustion. 32. And, finally, note this, from a 2004 study of men in a New York shelter. The cavernous corridors and drill floor amplified and echoed the sounds, mainly shouts, radios, conversations, laughs, orders and curses. The smell of industrial disinfectant and warehoused bodies so characteristic of the shelter added to the alienating institutional atmosphere. At times one could see bloodstains on the floor of the hallways. They were reminders of the violence latent just beneath the surface of shelter life. In these corridors assaults and revenge often took place. Everyone walked through them with cautious attention and seldom alone. 33. There is, as we've now seen, a dreary sameness to descriptions of the shelter, the lodging house, the poorhouse, and the welfare hotel, and most descriptions in one era could apply to any other. The noise, the stench, the surveillance and control, the danger, the hopelessness. Indeed, to conclude his examination of 6th, 19th and early 20th century New England poorhouses, David Wagner compared them with our contemporary homeless shelters. The results do not bode well for those who argue that however bad things may be today for homeless people, they are clearly an improvement over the past. Among other things, Wagner notes that contemporary shelters, because most of them are designed to provide temporary housing, cannot create the kind of community that was sometimes found in the almshouses and poorhouses of the past, and contemporary shelters are less humane, he maintains, because they tend to offer refuge only at night, leaving their residents still homeless during the day. Almshouses provided more of a home, in this sense. 34. In fact, because of this daily expulsion, in many cities public libraries have become de facto daytime shelters for the nation's street people, while librarians are increasingly our unofficial social workers for the homeless, a Utah librarian reported in 2007. In bad weather, hot, cold, or wet, most of the homeless have nowhere to go but public places. The local shelters push them out onto the streets at 6 in the morning and, even when the weather is good, they are already lining up by 9, when the library opens, because they want to sit down and recover from the chilly dawn or use the restrooms. Fast food restaurants, hotel lobbies, office foyers, shopping malls, and other privately owned businesses and properties do not tolerate their presence for long. Public libraries, on the other hand, are open and accessible, tolerant, even inviting, and entertaining places for them to seek refuge from a world that will not abide their often disheveled and odorous presentation, their odd and sometimes obnoxious behaviors, and the awkward challenges they present to those who encounter them. Although the public may not have caught on, ask any urban library administrator in the nation where the chronically homeless go during the day and he or she will tell you about the struggles of America's public librarians to cope with their unwanted and unappreciated role as the daytime guardians of the down and out. In our public libraries, the outcasts are inside. 35. In respect to sleeping areas, waiting lines, food, and so on, Wagner concludes that living conditions in the poorhouses of the past were probably better than in a modern shelter, and though there is much variation in the quality of shelter provided, then and now, this is a claim with much to recommend it. Moreover, the formal rules and mechanisms of control over inmates are as stringent today, or more so, than they were in the past century. Finally, Wagner writes that, while workers faced massive barriers to stability that were in some ways harsher than today, lack of social security and unemployment insurance, lack of health care and other benefits at work, they also faced in other ways a more flexible pattern of daily survival compared to the 21st century. Housing costs were not astronomical as in our current day, strangers as well as family took in lodgers and boarders, lack of enforced inspection and building codes meant far more units, albeit decrepit, of housing, and sharing of wood, food, clothes, and other provisions may have been more common among extended families and non-families of the same ethnic group. 36. Between 1987 and 1995, 1 in 20 New Yorkers used a homeless shelter at least once. Between 1987 and 1992, it was 1 in 10 for African American children. 37. One 2007 poll found that more than one-third of New Yorkers were very or somewhat worried that they, too, could become homeless. 38. Some have more reason to worry than others, of course, 70% of all New York City shelter residents from late 2004 to mid-2005 came from just 30% of the city's 59 community districts. Districts with the highest rates of child poverty, domestic violence, foster care placements, single female-headed families, and building code violations. 39 and by 2007, in some big cities as many as 1 in 5 homeless youths were gay, and there were some 25 shelters nationwide set up especially for their care and protection. 40. On the streets. To be utterly homeless makes for a hard life. It's often access to a bathroom and to showers that presents the greatest challenge to someone without a traditional home or admittance to the poorhouse. Ironic, notes Stephen Vanderstee, given that it's hygiene that is among the most prominent complaints about homeless people. 41 Jackie Spinks, writing in 1996, describes the challenge. For 7 months, my home has been my 1973 Dodge van. Life in a car is similar to life in a garbage can, trash-filled, cramped, and with a smell to die from. Before that, I lived in a shed. I live here because I was kicked out of the shed. I eat at the mission. Often the food at the mission is spoiled, but nobody reports it, as it's better to be sick than risk closure. The bathroom, which is next to the kitchen, has been without toilet paper or paper towels for months. 4 of the 6 toilets don't flush and nobody mops or uses cleanser, so you can figure it's a shopping mall of microbes, but nobody expects Trump towers. Often I puke. Once, I did it for 2 days, but as one guy said, "How do you know it was the food at the mission? It could have been the flu." How do I live? Well, I use a can for my bowels and dump my loo near some pole beans and tomatoes in a garden nearby. I expected big beans and red, ripe tomatoes in that spot, but to my surprise they're limping along. One of my fellow car-dwelling aficionados said, "Living on the streets, you probably got toxic crap." I do my Miss Congeniality smile, but don't think it's funny. I don't think he meant it to be funny. I use recycled newspaper for toilet paper. Apart from begging, the thing about poor people that riles rich people the most is our grime. Cleanliness is identified with goodness in America. It's next to godliness. Dirt is evil. I think we're supposed to clean up and pretend we're real. I don't oppose cleanliness. It's that cleanliness for someone living in a car is a labyrinthine ordeal. First, to wash and dry 2 loads of clothes it costs about $5 total. Plus, you need a way to get to the laundry, plus, you need soap, plus, you need something to wear while you're washing the clothes. But now and then a car-dwelling paisano does spiff up. Once cleaned up, he isn't too bad. I wonder why I've been going on ad nauseum about cleanliness and appearance. I must have some insecurity there. 42. Similarly, note this entry from the diary of Timothy Donahue. Thursday, January 30th, I slowly came to realize that the previous years of homelessness had formed in me the idea that the simple efforts required to live a clean, healthy life, things like shaving, taking a shower, getting dressed, shopping for and preparing food, cleaning one's room, and the like were supposed to be such arduous activities that no time should be left for anything else. Protracted homelessness had inculcated in me the notion that the minimum activities necessary to survive were enough. And if they didn't seem quite difficult enough, once I was living inside, to eclipse all other activity, then I made them that way by drinking to the point where I could hardly move without thinking that I had just dumbfounded the world with accomplishment. 43. And lest we think it's some sort of modern novelty to see men asleep in homes made of refrigerator boxes, note this report from Morris Schloss, arriving in San Francisco from Poland in 1828. I brought with me a wagon packed in a large box and, at the landing, a man asked me what was in the box. I told him, a wagon, and he asked the price of it. I answered $125, and he offered me $100, which rather surprised me, as the man had not seen the contents of the box. I accepted his offer, and he paid me in gold dust. I had only paid $15 for this wagon in New York, so I thought this was rather a good beginning for me. The man was very careful in opening the box not to break the lid, and then, taking out the wagon, he said to me, "Stranger, you may keep the wagon, for I only want the box." "That case is what I want," he said. "I am a cobbler, and in the daytime it will be my shop, and at night, my residence." That box measured 7 feet by 4 feet.44. As a woman told Studs Terkel a century later. One family with a whole lot of kids were living in a piano box.45. It's a hard life, often made harder still by harassment at the hands of police. Here's Lars Einar. "I did not then know that there was an ordinance against sleeping at any time in any public place. I did not know it because, of course, the ordinance is never enforced against picnickers or sunbathers, but only against those who have no better place to sleep. I often heard from attorney friends that the law in its majesty forbids the rich as well as the poor from sleeping under bridges. In truth, I saw that the rich, or at least the middle class, slept in public places, unmolested by the law. 46. Joe, from Philadelphia, in the late 1980s. You see, you a human being, but you not treated like one. You go in the train station and the cops chase you out. It's rainin', it's cold, you gotta go someplace. You can't stay in the street. That changes the rules. 'Cause the streets are survival, total survival. And only a few actually survive and get out of 'em. People don't know this. The mayors, the governors, the people in power, most of the time they come from middle class, upper middle class, and wealthy families. They can't relate to a person who never had no money. Most of 'em can't. They been taught, anything you want to be in America you can be. But that's not necessarily the case, not for everyone. This is especially true of the single male. People have no sympathy for the male, he the one society really hate and reject. 'Cause they've always had a stigma in this country that any man that's not outlifting 200 pounds per load is a bum. So they treat you that way. And if you treated that way for long enough you start to act like 1.47. Rounding up the visibly homeless during conventions and sporting events has become a regular feature of contemporary policing, but it too is a long-standing practice. When Philadelphia was preparing for the nation's centennial, every sleeper on every park bench was rounded up and hidden. 48 Of late, homeless men are apparently even more dangerous than we have been led to believe. According to the Associated Press, in 2005, a U.S. Attorney's Office circulated an email warning federal employees that terrorists might disguise themselves as homeless people, in part because they easily blend into urban landscapes. 49. But ACE backwards offers this caution. It's important for people on both sides of this conflict, the street person and the citizen, to realize that, on the issue of homelessness, the cops are neither the problem nor the solution. At best, the cop is a social garbage man, called in to clean up the mess that society has created. In truth, society has no clue, no general consensus, about what to do about the homeless problem, even as they keep screaming at the cops to do something about it. 50. It's a hard life, and difficult to know how many live it. One 2005 list of homeless counts in 56 cities and counties reveals an average visible homeless population of about 0.5% of the population. 51 Recent national estimates of the total population vary, from 500,000 to 600,000 in 1988, about 700,000 per night, and 2 million over the year according to one 1999 analysis, and one estimate of a total of 7 million homeless Americans between 1985 and 1990. 521 analysis in the early 1990s sought to know not how many people are homeless at any one point in time, but how many are ever homeless over the course of their lives. They estimated that 14% of all Americans are homeless at least once, including living doubled up with friends or relatives, although more than half were absolutely homeless, sleeping outdoors or in a shelter. Almost half of all homeless spells were from between 1 month and 1 year, and 13% were for more than a year. 53 There are even some 5,000 people living underground in the New York City subway system. Most have significant histories of previous employment, and most continue to work, if not consistently. Perhaps 40% are women. 54. Backwards describes the streets where he lived in San Francisco as being like one big, brawling, dysfunctional family. But a family nonetheless. He thought those family members fell generally into the following categories: hippies and punks, the classic bum, the con man, the perpetually helpless, lost souls, flaming assholes, trust fund babies, teenage runaways, hermits, Vietnam vets, blacks, the sexually damaged, in and out of the joint, the secret homeless, skid row types, bohemians, spiritual seekers, the martyrs, acid casualties, natural leaders, and those who just can't pay the fucking rent. 55. Each city or neighborhood could add or subtract from this to categorize those on its own streets, but his list helps emphasize the fact that there is no simple explanation to the question of why people end up sleeping rough. As they say in Britain, it's a diverse community. According to a homelessness survey by the U.S. Conference of Mayors, 41% of homeless Americans were single men, 40% were families with children, 2/3 were single-parent families, over 1 in 5 were mentally disabled, 10% were veterans, and almost 1/3 were drug or alcohol dependent. Fully half were African American. 56 One meta-analysis of 60 surveys conducted during the 1980s found that, on average, between 1/4 and 1/3 of all homeless people had been in a psychiatric hospital, undergone detox, had a current mental illness or alcohol addiction, or described themselves as having no friends. Over 40% had been in jail, prison, or both. They were more likely to have been raised in foster homes. 57 And according to a study in Los Angeles, 42 to 77% of homeless people do not receive benefits they are eligible for. 58. It's a hard life, and a dangerous one. From 1999 to 2004, the National Coalition for the Homeless recorded 386 hate crimes against homeless people, including 156 deaths. The victims were overwhelmingly male. In 2004, the greatest number of incidents occurred in Texas and Colorado. In NCH's month-by-month summary for 1 year, we see an appalling diversity in the manner of attacks in which homeless men were beaten and killed. Some were kicked, and one was stomped to death. Others were assaulted with fists, bats, garbage cans, a pipe, bricks, a golf club, a belt buckle, scraps of lumber, a log, or a shovel handle. A few were stabbed, a few shot. A 63-year-old Chicago man had fireworks exploded in his mouth. One man in Nashville was sent to the hospital after another drove a pickup truck into his shopping cart because he was lollygagging in the road, being a safety hazard. Men were set on fire with surprising and gruesome frequency. When Daniel Fetty was beaten with boards and bricks, stripped naked, and left in a dumpster, it took 12 hours for him to die. Fetty had lost his home to fire and was living in his car, working and saving for a new place to live. 59. While police were occasionally the perpetrators, it is civilians, and often teenagers, who committed these crimes. They seemed prone to describe it as either just something to do or as sport, bum hunting, some New Jersey teens called it. There even developed something of a cottage industry in which homeless men and women were offered food, alcohol, drugs, or money to fight one another or to perform stunts on camera, like the man at bumshow.com who was encouraged to drink a bottle of Windex for $1. NCH observes that the first video of their series, Bum Fights, grossed $6 million in 1 month alone. The Associated Press reported in 2005 that Los Angeles teens who had just seen a Bum Fights DVD and wanted to try it for themselves beat 2 homeless men with baseball bats. One Florida teenager paid a homeless man $5 to drink what turned out to be cleaning chemicals, as the man's sister told a Florida news station. It was acid. It ate through his esophagus and they don't know how much more damage. It ate his gums, his tongue. He's on a ventilator now. 60. Perhaps all too predictably, one analysis shows that media attention to homelessness rises prior to Thanksgiving and peaks for the year in December. Charitable donations, in that analysis, followed the same holiday pattern. Interestingly, but also not surprisingly, even international famine coverage has followed the cycle. Once a year we concern ourselves with the poorest and most vulnerable people in the United States and throughout the world, excusing us from having to care too much, or pretend to care, throughout the rest of the year. 61 Such is the extent to which we've made homeless Americans a distinct, subaltern class of citizens. Homelessness and veterans. According to the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, 250,000 or more American veterans are homeless on any given night, and 1/3 of all homeless men are vets. By mid-2005, soldiers returning from the invasions and occupations of Iraq and Afghanistan were already to be found homeless in significant numbers, 200 at that point. It would be 300 by mid-2007, by early 2008, it may have been as many as 1,500. 62 As wounded Petty Officer Luis Arellano expressed it upon his release. They put us in a warehouse for a while. They treated us like cattle. It's all about the numbers. Instead of getting quality care, they were trying to get everybody demobilized during a certain time frame. If you had a problem, they said let the take care of it. But the VA was full, he told a reporter, and his depression got the better of him. He ended up on the streets. 1 in 5 Iraq vets who sought care from the VA was diagnosed with a mental disorder. By mid-2007 it was 1 in 3 or higher, and fully half of all returning National Guard members reported psychological problems. 63 This is, alas, another old story, part of why so many 19th century tramps formed hierarchical, military-style organizations is that many of them were veterans of the Civil War. 64 Even gazing back into British history we can identify increases in homeless populations, coincident with the demobilization of armies. 65 While veterans have reliably been a significant portion of the American homeless population, they have also been the recipients of our earliest national efforts at providing relief. As law professor William Quigley notes, in 1779 the Continental Congress voted to pay a lifetime disability pension to Margaret Corbin, who had helped her husband defend Fort Washington, and they increased it in 1880. 66 These private members' bills have been a constant of national lawmaking, and while they were not broad national programs, they are clear federal efforts to relieve the needs of groups or individuals. But our first truly national cash relief program came early, with the Pension Act of 1818. It entitled Revolutionary War veterans to assistance of $8 per month for soldiers or $20 per month for officers if they could demonstrate need and would forfeit any claim to a disability pension. By 1832, most veterans no longer needed to prove poverty to be eligible, and by 1836 we had the first national widows' pension program. This last was seen as long overdue by many, like this woman. I have done as much to carry on the war as many that set now at ye helm of government. Ye poor sogers has got some crumbs that fall from their master's table. Why not Rachel Wells have a little in trust? 67. As many as 18,000 veterans and 60,000 of their family members benefited from the Pension Act, at a total cost of $22 million or more. Most were very poor indeed. 68 As would be the case with Civil War pensions, the Revolutionary War program quickly became a focal point of partisan politics and a source for spoils, and because of the unanticipated demand, the program's exploding costs, and stories of corruption, fraud, and maladministration, Congress set about almost immediately to try to scale back the act. So, the enactment of our first national cash entitlement program, even though it targeted its benefits to the most worthy of those in need, led almost immediately to a backlash and to cutbacks. This is another recurring pattern. By about 1835, veterans' pensions comprised some 20% of all federal spending. By 1855, every man who had served in any war since 1775 was eligible for 160 acres of land, Mexican war vets could choose a $100 interest-bearing bond instead. As political scientist Laura Jensen points out, when President Pierce famously vetoed a bill that would have set aside land for federal insane asylums, his fear that it would set a precedent was unfounded. The precedent had been set long before. 69. Civil War pension programs comprised as much as 25% of all federal expenditures between 1880 and 1910, reaching perhaps 800,000 veterans, widows, orphans, and others by 1910. But just as with Revolutionary War pensions, it became a vast political patronage fund, extending its reach well beyond veterans and their dependents. 70 Then, from 1917 to 1921, 2.1 million souls received $570 million in World War I benefits, with payments as high as $65 per month, about half a soldier's wartime pay. 71 The most comprehensive moment of the veterans' welfare state was the Serviceman's Readjustment Act of 1944, the so-called GI Bill. World War II vets, as long as they were not dishonorably discharged and had served for at least 90 days, received an array of supports: relatively lavish unemployment benefits, low-interest home and small business loans, and free vocational or college education, which came with a cash stipend for up to 4 years. Its provisions were more generous than any veterans program that came before, or any since. 72 By 2003, the U.S. Department of Defense provided cash and benefits to almost 800,000 military families, including housing, healthcare, childcare subsidies, and death benefits, along with pensions as high as 75% of their previous salary. In 2005, there were some 3.5 million veterans on the benefit roll, 73 including perhaps 250,000 who were homeless. They remain some one-third of the homeless population. On the road. Tramps were men who traveled from town to town, often by rail, in search of work, food, and shelter. They've also been known as beggars, vagrants, vagabonds, hobos, and bums. Though in evidence by the 1820s, the tramp didn't emerge in significant numbers until the late 1870s, and didn't become a prominent feature of the social, cultural, political, and economic landscape until the 1920s. In the late 19th century, the tramp was typically a source of pity, fear, scorn, and disgust. He was treated as a criminal, a problem for the police rather than charity or public relief. In 1877 alone there were more than 1 million vagrancy arrests in the United States. There followed nearly 3 decades in which cities and towns throughout the nation enacted laws that made begging illegal, criminalized appearing in public without a visible means of support, and demanded work in exchange for any form of public assistance. In numerous states, tramping could be punished with imprisonment for up to 3 years, or with fines as high as $50. Those who couldn't pay such fines were put to work, as were those who could not pay the costs of their arrest, conviction, and transportation to public prison or private labor camp. Most tramps were just men in search of work in the chaotic new industrial economy, and tramp populations changed with the seasons and with labor market conditions. Contrary to widespread assumptions that the average tramp was a lazy, ignorant immigrant, one typical late-century survey showed that 57% of tramps interviewed had a skilled trade or a profession, and half had jobs that required them to travel. 56% were born in the United States and 90% were illiterate. Most worked, off and on, throughout the year. Most were men and single. 74. Whether it has been described as wanderlust or the more obscure dramamania, there has been a pathology associated with the transient he is danger and disease. 75 Perhaps, as historian Eric Munkinen wrote, we do not know how to think about tramps. 76 Indeed, tramps did not really agree upon how to think about themselves. The taxonomy of the tramp can be complex. One account by the famous tramp distinguishes between pillingers, moochers, floppers, stiffies, timbers, mush fakers, stickers, pegs, blinkies, wingies, pokey stiffs, phony stiffs, proper stiffs, gandy stiffs, alky stiffs, stew bums, fuzzy tails, gay cats, dynamiters, yegs, jockers, Pres Huns, punks, Gonsals, and more. Nels Anderson adds Peggies, hopheads, sniffers, guns, jackrollers, mission stiffs, grafters, bad actors, jungle buzzards, and fairies. 77 Ben Reitman suggested instead. There are three types of the genus vagrant: the hobo, the tramp, and the bum. The hobo works and wanders, the tramp dreams and wanders, and the bum drinks and wanders. 78. Tramp accounts, the autobiographical and the biographical, are filled with attempts to categorize. Most common, and perhaps most simple, is the declension from hobo to tramp to bum, like Reitman's. Jeff Davies, the king of the hobos in 1908, said this on the distinction between tramps and hobos. It is the tramp who steals the farmer's chickens, the hobo gets the blame. It is the hobo who prevents the railroad wreck, yet newspapers, unthinkingly, will give credit to the tramps. But credit or no credit, facts are facts. Hobos are hobos, tramps are tramps, and bums are bums. 79. Novelist Jack London, himself a tramp for a time, wrote, "While all tramps are vagrants, all vagrants are not tramps, many are worse, 1,000 times worse than the tramp." London described what he calls the sharp lines of caste in trampland. There's the professional tramp who has reduced begging to a fine art and who lives better and more easily than the average working man. These, he warns, are the class most to be feared. By contrast, reported 18-year-old London, was the working tramp, the greatest in number, the men who carried their beds with them and tramped the land season to season in search of employment. The stew bum, passive and hopeless, was neither dangerous nor diligent. The alcoholics, or alky-stiffs, were more likely to live in small communities. The transients were in transition, farm boys leaving the city in despair and returning to the land, broken down actors, some running from the law, and more. The fakirs were the quacks and medicine men, traveling in search of innocence to fleece. London's final caste were the road kids. Abound in our land. They are children, embryonic souls, the most plastic of fabrics. Flung into existence, ready to tear aside the veil of the future, with the mighty pulse of dawning 20th century throbbing about him, with the culminated forces of the 1,000 dead and the one living civilization effervescing in the huge world cauldron, they are cast out, by the cruel society which gave them birth, into the nether world of outlawry and darkness. In a 1902 article entitled Rods and Gunnels, London would write, "He who knows but one class of tramps can no more understand that class of tramps than he who knows but one language can understand that language." 80. Jim Tully, in his 1924 autobiography, carries this taxonomy further, applying tramp categories to the population at large. A famous writer of tramp life said that the poor always give to the poor. Writers should not make definite rules about humanity. They are always wrong. Some of the poor give to hobos, others do not. All of the philosophical stuff written about tramps should be taken lightly. The non-producers of the nation are tramps in one sense or another. The prattling parasitic club woman, the obese gambler in bonds, the minister in a fashionable church, all are tramps who happen to have beds and bath, and the economic security that men go mad to obtain. In fact, the tramp is merely a parasite who has not been admitted to society. 81. Anderson suggested, provocatively and plausibly, the hobo was American in the same sense that the cowboy was. The cowboy emerged in frontier history for the same reason that the hobo did: there was a labor market need for him. The cowboy was a hobo type. 82. Or is it that the hobo was a cowboy type, wives and children left behind to fend for themselves while they roam the open country, moving from job to job, traveling in a virtually all-male world, one in which the homophobic and the homoerotic mix and mingle? Anderson estimates that in the early 1920s homeless men constituted from 1 to 2.5% of Chicago's population. Then, as now, these men tended to be concentrated and segregated in one section of the city, but within those communities, and especially in the hobo jungles, Anderson finds integrated enclaves of whites, blacks, and Hispanics. A majority, perhaps as many as 90%, were native-born. 83 There were nonetheless relatively few blacks among the tramps, perhaps because the tramps' survival depended on kindnesses from strangers for lodging, food, and transportation. 84 Still, like other post-Civil War tramps, former slaves found themselves moving from job to job, from place to place, in an effort to eke out a living. Others lived in shanty towns established in the Union-occupied South. 85 Those blacks who did ride the rails could find a life even harder than it was for others, since some of the white trainmen, when they allowed anyone to ride, would allow only whites to do so, viciously throwing off only the blacks, reports Robert Bruns. 86 Some of the especially cruel bulls, like Denver Bob or Jeff Carr, developed nationwide reputations among tramps, stories of their ferocity undoubtedly growing with each telling. Many would studiously avoid their jurisdictions. 87 For some tramps, the journey was an adventure. One man describes riding the rails. When I was pulled through the door of the boxcar, I was pulled into another world, a world of adventure and hardship. I felt that my past life had been shut out. I was no longer a plodding farmhand. I had stepped outside the law, into the realm where men lived by their wits. If we were caught it meant prison, but the idea filled me with an elation hard to describe. 88 In some trades it became part of professional culture. Some traveled because they felt it gave them more control over their personal lives and their work routines. If they did not like their treatment from a particular employer, they could simply pack up and seek work elsewhere, like Andrew Hansen in the early 1900s, who, along with 16 of his brethren, quit his job in solidarity after 2 other workers were fired. 89 It was, for some, a particular kind of freedom and power. 90 Hank Sims said. No one ever got fired in them days. All you had to do was criticize a man and he quit. There was none of this sucking around like you have now, and a man didn't hang on to his job like a priest to a parish. Every once in a while we just drug down our pay on principle, and went down the road to a new job. They'd call us hobos now, I guess. But in them days we was known as Overland Johns. 91 Riding the rails, this man discusses the secret language of the 19th century American tramp fraternity. The men moved back and forth in a restless manner. Some read old newspapers over and over again. 4 men played poker with a dirty deck of cards, with matches and toothpicks for stakes. Another amused himself by cutting his moniker on the windowsill. When he had finished, he stood up and admired it like an artist. An arrow was cut through the letters of his name. It pointed west, and denoted the direction in which he was traveling. The month and the year of the trip were cut beneath the name. These monikers are cut, written, or painted on water tanks and other places where hobos gather. They form a crude directory for other tramps who might be interested in the itinerary of their comrades. Once in a while a tramp sees such a moniker of a friend and starts in the direction of the owner. 92 Newspapers catering to particular trades were filled with notices from women in search of their husbands, who had gone out tramping for work and had become lost to them. 93 Still, James McCabe would insist in the 1880s. The more fortunate tramps patronize the cheap lodging houses of the Bowery, where a bed can be had for 10 cents a night. An old church for colored people, at Prince and Marion Streets, has been turned into a tramp's lodging house. Each occupant is provided with food, lodging, and a bath, in return for which he must assist in sawing, splitting, and bundling kindling wood, the sale of which provides a part of the revenue of the house. The place is not popular, however, as the tramp disdains to work. 94 Nowhere does there seem to be evidence in his writing that McCabe has interviewed the tramp, yet he is certain that the tramp avoids work. Complaints about transient workers take on a familiar character. Here's one example from the early 20th century. A man becomes a casual when he acquires the casual state of mind. He lacks the desire, the willpower, self-control, ambition, and habits of industry which are essential to. 95 What he really lacks is the willingness to subject himself to other people's notions of proper work, to relinquish control over his own life, or the ability to find work. 1877 Letter to the National Labor Tribune. I am a vagrant and a vagabond. 1 year ago I was an industrious, respectable head of a family. My family are now 1,000 miles away, scattered and broken up. They and I hardly hope to meet again. The world is a desert to us. I have no friend. I have no roof to live under, no table to eat at, no clothes to distinguish me from thieves. Yet I am not a thief. I have nothing. I am welcomed by no human being, and I am at the mercy of the lowest, yet I do not feel as if I could honestly take a pair of shoes or a coat without the owner's consent. What has brought me to this? 2 years earlier, a letter in the same paper offers another typical demand for dignity and a plea for work. I have faced starvation, been months at a time without a bed, the thermometer was 30 below zero last winter I slept in the woods, and while honestly seeking employment I have been 2 and 3 days without food. When in God's name, I asked for something to keep soul and body together, I have been repulsed as a tramp and vagabond by those who thanked God for his mercies and praised charities. 96. One late-century unemployed carpenter chronicles the search for employment. The plundered victim of greed bade adieu to friends and kindred, took a last look at boyhood's home and started on his weary march to the Occident. From Ohio to Missouri, tramping over the plains, scaling the snow-clad Rockies, a pitiless fate follows in his footsteps. Now he takes a spin into the Black Hills, now he turns to Carbonate Camp, and again he is in Mexico. He follows the wide valleys, he is on the line of every railroad, but somehow or other, there is always a surplus crop of his tribe. With his face toward the setting sun he renews his toilsome march and finally reaches the Pacific shore. Here he finds a population enacting the same scene he has witnessed everywhere. Alas, the promised land is a myth. 97. Women on the road. Too little noted, perhaps, has been the female tramp, the sisters of the road. Among those of legend were Boston Mary, Boxcar Bertha, Pegleg Annie, and Creole Helen. Boxcar Bertha, who we've already heard from, may be the most famous, although she was actually a composite character based upon women Ben Reitman knew. Reitman was himself a hobo, an anarchist, and the founder of Chicago's Hobo College. 98 It's even harder to gauge the number of female hobos than it is males. First, many women dressed as men and sought to disguise their identity, in part to protect themselves from rape. Second, as Tim Cresswell observes, in the public imagination the tramp was a threat not only to moral order generally, but to women in particular, to supposedly helpless wives and daughters. 99 This made it hard to even conceive of a female tramp. One investigation found 10,000 female tramps in 1933, by the end of the Depression, they seemed to have largely disappeared, or disappeared from sight, anyway. 100 Journalist Meridel L. E. Sewer wrote in the New Masses in January 1932. It's one of the great mysteries of the city where women go when they are out of work and hungry. There are not as many women in the bread line. There are no flop houses for women as there are for men. You don't see women lying on the floor at the mission in the free flops. They obviously don't sleep in the jungle or under newspapers in the park. There is no law, I suppose, against their being in these places, but the fact is they rarely are. Yet there must be as many women out of jobs in cities and suffering extreme poverty as there are men. What happens to them? Where do they go? I've lived in cities for many months broke, without help, too timid to get in bread lines. I've known many women to live like this until they simply faint on the street from privations, without saying a word to anyone. A woman will shut herself up in a room until it is taken away from her, and eat a cracker a day and be as quiet as a mouse, so there are no social statistics concerning her. I don't know why it is, but a woman will do this unless she has dependents. 101. By contrast, in his autobiographical novel of one man's struggle to get by in the early years of the Great Depression, Tom Cromer does find women among the visibly poor. In a soup line like this you will always see plenty of women. Their kids are too young to come after the slop, so they have to come themselves. I look at them. I look at their eyes. The eyes of these women you will see in a soup line are something to look at. They are deep eyes. They are sunk in deep hollows. The hollows are rimmed with black. Their brows are wrinkled and lined with worry. They are stoop-shouldered and flat-chested. They have a look on their face. I have seen that look on the face of dogs when they have been whipped with a stick. They hold babies in their arms, and the babies are crying. They are always crying. There are no pins sticking them. They cry because they are hungry. They clench their tiny fists. They pound them against their mother's breasts. They are wasting their time. There is no supper here. Their mothers have no breasts. They are flat-chested. There is only a hollow sound as they pound. A woman cannot make milk out of slop. How much milk is there in a stale loaf of bread? They shift their babies from hip to hip. They do not say anything. They do not talk. They do not even think. They only stand in line and wait. It does not matter how long. At first it matters, but after a while it does not matter. They are not going anywhere. When they have taken this stuff home and eaten it, they will be just as hungry as before. They know that. These babies will keep pounding their fists against their mother's breasts. Tomorrow they will have the same hollow sound. They are all old, these women in the soup lines. There are no young ones here. You do not stay young in a soup line. You get crow's feet under your eyes. The gnawing pain in the pit of your belly dries you up. There are no smart ones in this line. The smart ones are not in any soup line. A good-looking girl can make herself a feed and a flop if she works on the streets and knows how to play the coppers right. She don't mind sleeping with a copper once in a while for nothing if he will leave her alone the rest of the time. 102. There were often separate aid programs just for poor women, which may explain why some accounts by men note their absence from the ranks of the tramp. 103 The Salvation Army opened a women's free food station so that they might not have the harrowing experience of having to eat the bread of charity in public, and there was the women's canteen and restroom, and an emergency home for women and children. 104 Bertha thought that perhaps half of all women tramps came from broken homes, either from divorce or the death of one or both parents. Many of the rest, she surmised, were drawn from orphan asylums and jails. Bertha explains. I have thought a lot about why women leave home and go on the road. I've decided that the most frequent reason they leave is economic and that they usually come from broken or from poverty-stricken homes. They want to escape from reality, to get away from misery and unpleasant surroundings. Others are driven out by inability to find expression at home, or maybe because of parental discipline. Some hobo their way about to far-away relatives, or go to seek romance. The dullness of a small town or farm, made worse by long spells of the same kind of weather, may start them off. Or some want better clothes. But others are just seized by wanderlust. The rich can become globe-trotters, but those who have no money become hobos. 105. The female tramp persists, of course, although in somewhat different form. One 2005 study of homeless women living in Los Angeles' Skid Row found that 17% had been arrested within the previous year, and a total of 40% had had some interaction, arrest, incarceration, or citation with law enforcement within the year, almost all for minor so-called quality of life offenses, like jaywalking, which accounted for 40% of all citations. About 18% reported drug or alcohol abuse in the previous year, and about as many reported being in recovery. More than one-third reported mental illness or a mental health problem within the previous year, and slightly more noted a physical illness during the same period. More than 1 in 3 said she was often lonely, and 1 in 5 said she had no one to confide in. More than half reported domestic violence in their past, over one-third within the past year. Of those, almost 60% attributed their homelessness to fleeing violence. More than one-third reported having been victims of physical or sexual assault as children, and one-third reported sexual assault both as children and as adults. 106. The anomaly of national aid. From 1933 to 1935, there was a federal program for those who were homeless, the short-lived Federal Transient Aid Program, which ultimately provided aid to more than 300,000 people, spending over $100 million, $5 million a month at its peak. Federally funded, it was a reimbursement program that gave states and localities wide discretion to provide for transients as they saw fit, as long as they offered adequate and appropriate care, imposed no time limits, and emphasized work programs. New York offered food, shelter, clothing and shoes, laundry, barbers, outpatient medical care, and casework. Some men found themselves in state-run reference bureaus, which referred applicants to a night of shelter and then sent them to transient centers or transient camps. Once at a transient center, typically an urban phenomenon, a man might get a broad array of long-term assistance meals, shelter, and modest job training or work programs for $1 a week or, for more elaborate works projects, as much as $1 a day. Such jobs were fiercely fought over, highly prized, and far too few for all who wanted them. The rest of the men would play cards, listen to the radio, or sit quietly, waiting, wondering what to do and what was to come next. By contrast, men who found themselves in one of the almost 200 transient camps that had been established by 1934 could expect to be sent out of the city and engaged in more productive labor building the camp facilities themselves, maintaining them and the farms that grew food for the camp, or providing services to the other residents as barbers, cooks, waiters, launderers, and tailors. Some camps published their own newspapers, others offered college-equivalent educational programs. Some took on civic improvement programs in the neighboring communities, building or renovating parks and playgrounds, roads and paths. Still, nearby residents often fought to have the camps closed or moved. In addition to the common fear of the tramp lay an economic concern, since the federal transient program did not fund hospitalization, towns worried that they would have to bear the expense of caring for so many destitute, and often sick, men. And some wondered what would happen when the federal funds dried up and they were left with hundreds of men with nowhere to live and nothing to do. The fear was not unfounded, for when the program, along with other emergency relief measures of the early New Deal, ended in 1935, few men from the camps were able to secure coveted Works Progress Administration jobs, and were back to where they had begun, older, but no better prepared to provide for themselves and their families. Some towns loaded up their transients into trucks and brought them to the next state or county. And on they marched. 107. The kindness of strangers. We have seen how those with little have nonetheless shared what they had with their poor friends and neighbors. So, too, did tramps. For many, the life of the tramp was not the solitary one of myth, for their survival was often made possible only by banding together to secure and share food and information about jobs or where the fiercest bulls were, and it was the generosity of strangers, upon whose doors they'd knock, seeking a meal or a bed for the night, that made it possible to get by and go on to the next town, where they might finally find work. Laura Albright remembers. Yes, oh, yes, we had what we called bums. We were living in a half-finished house here, and the bums were riding the railroads, and they would be in the jungles at Arrow, you see, because there was the railroads that come down both ways. And I never refused to feed anybody that came to my door and asked. And Raleigh sometimes felt that if they were young and healthy that they should do something to help earn it. And there was always things on the ranch from chopping wood to hoeing that they could do. I don't think that you have a right to deny any human being. I'm saying this and thinking about some people that might chisel you, and take advantage of you. And I have had to settle to my own mind, should I resent or should I judge, or should I just be an easy mark and let 'em get by with it? And this again, is situation ethics. I play it by ear, and if I think that they'd been too demanding, because, I am sure in the old days that some of those bums made left some kind of mark out here, that we were easy marks. Because we had so many and they never passed us up, they all stopped. They always did. But I never turned them down either, because we had the Lord was good to us, and we always had milk and we always had bread and we always had vegetables. 108. Don McCulloch to Studs Terkel. I remember that our apartment was marked. They had a mark, an actual chalk mark or something. You could see these marks on the bricks near the back porch. One mark signified, you could get something at this apartment, buddy, but you can't get anything up there. We'd be out in the alley playing, and we'd hear comments from people, here's one. They wouldn't go to the neighbors upstairs, 'cause they didn't give them anything. But ours was marked. They'd come out from Chicago and they'd hit our apartment, and they knew they'd get something. Whatever the mark meant, some of them were like an X. They'd say, you can't get money out of this place, but there's food here anyway. My mother was hospitable to people, it didn't matter who they were. 109. Jack London observed this in 1894. The very poor constitute the last resource of the hungry tramp. The very poor can always be depended upon. They never turn away the hungry. Time and again all over the United States have I been refused food on the big house on the hill, and always have I received food from the little shack on the creek or marsh, with its broken windows stuffed with rags and its tired-faced mother, broken with labor. 110. Historian Alexander Keyser notes that town officials in Massachusetts in the 1890s observed that tramps were more likely to be fed on the factory ground than up on Main Street, while others said that the most successful begging is among the poorest classes in the poorest streets. 111. From one list of helpful hints for beggars we get the advice to pick laborers or shabby-looking men. The less wealthy prefer to believe that they belong to a class that gives rather than a class that receives, and to avoid Protestant clergymen, they will raise your hopes, waste your time, and send you along with nothing more than pompous commandments. 112. Emma Tiller, a cook in Texas, suggested that blacks might be more generous, too, and that Negroes would always feed these tramps. 113. Harry Hopkins, who administered American relief programs during the Depression, wrote, "The poorest have in large numbers been kept alive by the slightly less poor. Besides his wife and family, the American worker, more often than not, has had various invisible dependents in the offing with whom he has shared what he had." 114. The message is clear: if you are in need, do not depend upon the rich, but those closer to your own station, those, ironically, with less to spare. Another constant of relief. In another effort to pool scarce resources, the Depression saw the creation of what came to be called Hoovervilles, what in the past were merely encampments of tramps. Bullets-Bresson describes one. They had shanty towns up around 75th near the river. Oh, there was a lot of them. The veterans had them up there. Some of them had some pretty good things there, fixed it nice, pots and pans, clean, neat. Some were tin, cardboard. There were 200 or 300 up there. We used to go up there all the time. There were two fellas in the neighborhood who were in the war. They had a shanty. It was like the bonus march in Washington. They were like showing their solidarity. Then they got their checks. Some guys got $2,000. When they got them, there were more drunks around. $2,000 was a lot of money in them days. During the Depression, 3/4 of the neighborhood was on relief, on welfare. 115. There are our modern Hoovervilles, too. Most are illegal and, as a result, precarious. One of the exceptions is Dignity Village, a community of otherwise homeless men and women in Portland that, for most of its life, has negotiated legal settlement with the city. As one of their number writes, on December 16 of the year 2000, a group of 8 homeless men and women pitched 5 tents on public land, and Camp Dignity, later to become Dignity Village, was born. We came out of the doorways of Portland's streets, out from under the bridges, from under the bushes of public parks, we came openly with nothing and no longer a need to hide, as Portland's inhumane and draconian camping ban had just been overturned on 2 constitutional grounds. We came armed with a vision of a better future for ourselves and for all of Portland, a vision of a green, sustainable urban village where we can live in peace and improve not only the condition of our own lives but the quality of life in Portland in general. We came in from the cold of a December day and we refused to go back to the way things were. Our purpose is to create a safe, sanitary, self-governed place to live as an alternative for Portland's poor, an alternative to the overburdened shelter system where there are about 600 shelter beds for about 3,500 homeless people, an alternative to sleeping alone in the doorways, under the bridges, or in the jails where we are occasionally housed for urinating in public, jaywalking, camping, whatever. 116. It's yet another form of independence they seek, to build a community on their own terms, to solve their homelessness problem in their own manner, without the patronage or the patronizing of the established public and private relief agencies. 3. Eat, dumpster diving. People ask me, why do you write about food, and eating and drinking? Why don't you write about the struggle for power and security, and about love, the way others do? They ask it accusingly, as if I were somehow gross, unfaithful to the honor of my craft. The easiest answer is to say that, like most other humans, I am hungry. But there is more than that. It seems to me that our 3 basic needs, for food and security and love, are so mixed and mingled and entwined that we cannot straightly think of one without the others. So it happens that when I write of hunger, I am really writing about love and the hunger for it, and warmth and the love of it and the hunger for it, and then the warmth and richness and fine reality of hunger satisfied. And it is all one. M.F.K. Fisher, The Gastronomical Me, 1943. To understand what Wharton called the practical strain of poverty, official rates are insufficient, and we would do well to explore the means by which Americans living on the edge meet their most basic human needs for food, security, and love, as Fisher puts it. How apt that many researchers now refer not to hunger, but to food insecurity, defined by the Census Bureau as not always having access to enough food to meet basic needs. It is widespread. The USDA estimates that more than 35 million Americans lived in food-insecure households in 2005, which were insecure on average for 6 months during the year. According to Second Harvest, a national network of emergency food providers, in 2005 over 25 million Americans used soup kitchens, food pantries, or ate in shelters supplied by their food distributors over the course of the year. That's about 4 million separate people in any given week, 9% of the population who couldn't afford food annually. It's almost 15% in big cities. About 1/3 were children, and 11% were elderly. 1/3 of the non-elderly adults in need were employed at the time of the survey, and about half of all food recipients had income above 130% of the poverty line, making them poor enough to need help but probably not poor enough to qualify for food stamps. About 1/3 did receive food stamps, but they reported that their monthly supply lasted only about 2.5 weeks. 1 As the sardonic saying goes, sometimes there's a lot of month left at the end of the money. Barbara, in the boom years of the 1990s, said this: "We don't get many food stamps to feed us. They say we get what we are entitled to, but when it comes time to feed us all, it cannot be done. The social worker told me that I had to divide up the food better. She told me to give kids 3/4 a hard-boiled egg, or a half a peanut butter sandwich for lunch, because that officially meets their nutritional requirements. What do they think I'm going to do, feed hungry kids just adapt to please government recommendation? They are crazy. I end up giving my share, because I will not stand for my kids to go so hungry." 2. Other families ration in different ways. As Franklin Folsom recounts. In Nation in Torment, Edward Robb Ellis tells the story of a teacher in a coal mining town who asked a little girl in her class if she was ill. The child replied, "No, I'm all right. I'm just hungry." The teacher urged her to go home and eat something. "I can't," the child said. "This is my sister's day to eat." 3. Nationwide, 20% of requests for emergency food went unmet in 2004. 1 in 5 times an American sought emergency food, he or she was denied because there wasn't enough. Even when available, food relief has rarely been sufficient. In 1911, once each month Denver distributed bags with enough flour, sugar, potatoes, rice, cornmeal, lard, and tea to sustain 2 people for 2 weeks. 4 Those who do receive food from food pantries typically have little or no choice in what they get, face limits on the number of times they can visit over the course of a year, and rarely receive fresh fruits, vegetables, milk, or eggs. In many locales, kitchens and pantries are closed on the weekends, making securing food an even more difficult task. 5. This is not a problem confined to some small minority. Over the course of their lives, almost half of all American children will receive food stamps. The same is true for adults. 6 Half of all infants participate in the special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children. 7 Even our military personnel are dependent upon welfare to eat. According to the Department of Defense itself, about 11,900 junior enlisted service members and their families receive food stamps in 2005. 8. There is no hunger here. Many resist acknowledging this, perhaps because it so contradicts our best notions of our national self. Recently, in response to the release of reports on homelessness and hunger by the U.S. Conference of Mayors, Robert Rector of the Heritage Foundation has produced articles dismissing their claims of hunger in America as exaggerated. 9 It's an intellectually dishonest exercise. In one instance, Rector compares the rates of hunger in the Conference of Mayors report with Census Bureau and Second Harvest figures, which are lower, and suggests that the Mayors report therefore can't be right. But the report collects data on only 27 cities, many of which have very high rates of poverty and need. Also, many city residents have to spend more to obtain adequate food than their rural and suburban counterparts do. Since the other surveys are national averages, it is no surprise that they report lower numbers. Rector is astute enough to know this. Douglas Besharov of the American Enterprise Institute offers another variant of this "there is no real hunger in America" theme. In a December 2002 piece entitled "We're Feeding the Poor as If They're Starving," he lays the blame for higher rates of obesity among poor people on food stamps, WIC, and school meals programs, since food coupons, redeemable only for food, cause people to buy food they otherwise would not, he posits, and regulations for school lunch and breakfast programs focus on caloric content, not nutritional value. As with so many anti-welfare state tracts disguised as social science, Besharov offers no evidence to support his claim. He's right about the quality of many school meals programs, and his suggestion that food stamps should be distributed as cash instead of vouchers has merit. 10 But the point of the article seems to be to delegitimize government efforts to reduce hunger and food insecurity, and to further minimize the extent of need throughout the nation. In fact, as an analysis of the extant literature confirms, there is no evidence of a causal relationship between food assistance and obesity. 11. Besharov's argument was nonetheless widely disseminated. On January 9, Fox News ran a story entitled "Research Links Food Stamps and Obesity" and reported, unchallenged, a claim by Besharov that today most poor have no problem getting enough to eat. United Press International reported it as U.S. food programs make the poor obese. On January 21 in townhall.com, it was reported as "America's Overweight Poor," by National Review editor Rich Lowry. In a January 22 Mona Charan column in the Washington Times, the headline was "Government-Sponsored Obesity." On February 27, Kate O'Byrne wrote "Poor and Fat" for the National Review. On February 23, the New York Times even asked, "Are the poor suffering from hunger anymore?" Perhaps the best response is from John Anderson, reacting to the Fox News article 12. Neither Professor Douglas Besharov nor Roberto Salazar, administrator of the Federal Food and Nutrition Services, has any idea of how we poor folk live. I would like to suggest that they each have a friend hold $125 for them, 13 keep $5 in quarters in their pockets, and then spend a month with nothing but the ability to get some of the money from the friend. Besharov, in a time of mass obesity, encouraging the poor to consume more food makes no sense at all. Okay, but how much are you going to eat at $4 per day when bologna is $3.78/pound? A box of cereal is $3.27. Oh, and eat that cereal dry, the way Kellogg intended, because milk is $3/gallon and you have no access to refrigeration. And be careful with that $5, it costs $2.50 to get to the store and back, and you can't use the money your friend is holding for anything but food, no soap, toothpaste, toilet paper, alcohol, tobacco. Salazar, I have not seen any evidence that our programs cause or contribute to obesity. Then you haven't looked. A package of cupcakes you can carry around with you costs less than a pound of salami you must eat before it goes bad, i.e. today. And if you can ration yourself, you can make it last 3 or even 4 days, so your very limited travel money lasts longer. Fruit may be inexpensive, but does not last long being carried around on the street. You can't cook or store food at the shelter, and don't have things like mixing bowls either. If you are lucky, you may have a fork and spoon in your pocket but not a knife, even a butter knife, unless you stay on very good terms with local cops. Tip: if a cop does harass you, do not kick him. That is assault with a deadly weapon, and since it is a felony the shelter won't let you in. Okay, this is the extreme end. But the extreme does exist. I was there for 6 months. I am a bit better off now. I have my own room at the Y and can store non-refrigerated food. I even have access to the microwave in the common area, though only 12 hours/day and queued with the other 116 people here. Were I able to work, I'd get all this for only 1/3 of my pay, which is not a bad deal compared to anywhere else. I do miss things like toast, but at least I can heat water for coffee in the microwave. No guys, you are both reminding me of the people who want to know why I find it difficult to get around on the public transportation system, which covers about 5% of the city and costs money I don't have, then climb into their cars in the garage of the downtown hotel to go home from the meeting where they have been complaining I don't use the bus which they want to cut subsidies for. Mrs. Harris, in the mid-1960s, put it this way: people don't understand what it means to go hungry and to skimp and save to eat and have clothes. Even people who grew up poor forget. They want to forget. The hardest thing is to make things stretch. How to feed a family on $1 and then worrying about tomorrow. It is not easy to get on welfare. Welfare says you've got to go to relatives when the unemployment checks run out, even if you have kids. And sometimes the relatives just can't support you. When you go to welfare, they have pictures on the wall, each child must have 3 glasses of milk a day, and signs like that about vitamins and fruits. But what they give you wouldn't allow you to give each child that in a day or even in a week. 14. As Anderson suggests, although there is no clear relationship between food stamps and obesity, there is a relationship between poverty and obesity. High-calorie, high-fat, and high-sugar foods are typically cheaper than more nutritionally rich fresh foods, and often more attractive because they are more satisfying. In a world of scarcity, poor families often choose quantity over quality when buying food, obtaining the maximum number of calories for the minimum number of dollars. Fresh fruits and vegetables and other healthier alternatives are more expensive and less available in poor neighborhoods. Poor women may cut back on their own food intake in order to ensure their children are well fed, which can result in weight gain over the long term if their response to scarcity is then to binge when money comes into the household. For many, it is. Here's Maridel L. in a piece entitled Women on the Breadlines, in which she describes a conversation in a Depression-era free employment bureau. No one saves their money, she says. A little money and these foolish young things buy a hat, $1 for breakfast, a bright scarf. And they do. If you've ever been without money, or food, something very strange happens when you get a bit of money, a kind of madness. You don't care. You can't remember that you had no money before, that the money will be gone. You can remember nothing but that there is the money for which you have been suffering. Now there it is. A lust takes hold of you. You see food in the windows. In imagination you eat hugely, you taste 1,000 meals. You look in windows. Colors are brighter, you buy something to dress up in. An excitement takes hold of you. You know it is suicide but you can't help it. You must have food, dainty, splendid food and a bright hat, so once again you feel blithe, rid of that ratty gnawing shame. 15. Further contributing to obesity, poor neighborhoods often have fewer spaces for safe outside play, which may reduce physical exercise among poor children, and poorly funded schools may be more likely to cut back on physical education programs. If poor Americans are more depressed than their non-poor counterparts, that too might serve as part of the explanation given the relationship between depression and obesity. And, finally, if it periodically does not have enough food, the body adjusts and becomes more efficient at storing fat. All that said, in recent years the greatest increases in obesity rates have not been among poor populations, and evidence is mixed as to how much greater incidences of obesity were among poorer Americans to begin with. 16. But Besharov's claim also has a longer history. Here's a 1967 letter to the Senate Finance Committee in response to testimony by members of the National Welfare Rights Organization. Dear Senator Long, I was outraged by the conduct of the people who appeared before your committee on September 19. How dare they be permitted to act in this manner before a Senate committee? What kind of rot is getting into this country when these people continue to receive welfare aid and refuse attempts to find them jobs? They were all fatties, so they must be getting enough to eat. The riots in our cities are caused by these lazy loafers with too much time on their hands. I hope Congress will take positive action against those who abuse our welfare rolls. There is no need to reply to this letter. 17. One former welfare recipient here speaks to the manner in which such public scorn is inscribed upon those who are poor. Poverty becomes a vicious cycle that is written on our bodies and intimately connected with our value in the world. Our children need healthy food so that we can continue working, yet working at minimum wage jobs we have no money for wholesome food and very little time to care for our families. So our children get sick, we lose our jobs to take care of them, we fall more and more deeply into debt before our next unbearable job, and then we really cannot afford medical care. Starting that next minimum wage job with unpaid bills and ill children puts us farther and farther behind, so that we are even less able to afford good food, adequate child care and health care, or emotional healing. The food banks we gratefully drag our exhausted children to on the weekend hand out bags of rancid candy bars, past pull-dated hot dogs, stale and broken pasta, and occasionally a bag of wrinkled apples. We are either fat or skinny, and we seem always irreparably ill. Our emaciated or bloated bodies are then read as a sign of lack of discipline and as proof that we have failed to care as we should. Ultimately, we come to recognize that our bodies are not our own, that they are, rather, public property. State-mandated blood tests, interrogation about the most private aspects of our lives, the public humiliation of having to beg officials for food and medicine, and the loss of all right to privacy teach us that our bodies are useful only as lessons, warnings, and signs of degradation that everyone loves to hate. 18. Faith and food. Humiliation and control can take more subtle forms, too, especially given that so many emergency food providers are private, church-run programs. In many, food is offered only to those who will attend a service. The Rev. Ezra Stiles Ely, in 1812, made the point clearly. To the poor old creatures I gave neither silver nor gold, but what may be of more use to them, a sermon, and some sacred songs. 19. Ace backwards, from 2001. Since the recent cuts in government welfare programs, it's been the churches who have pretty much taken up the slack. Among them, the Catholics have a pretty good reputation for serving up the grub with a minimum of proselytizing. The gospel soup kitchens, on the other hand, are generally loaded. They usually force a captive audience of hungry bums to sit through an hour-long sermon/harangue, screaming at us for being a bunch of sinners, assholes, drunks, and sodomites, before they give us our soup. 20. Backwards is an old complaint, one that was set to the tune of In the Sweet By and By labor activist Joe Hill in 1911 as The Preacher and the Slave. Long-haired preachers come out every night. Try to tell you what's wrong and what's right. But when asked how about something to eat, they will answer with voices so sweet. You will eat, by and by. In that glorious land above the sky. Work and pray, live on hay. You'll get pie in the sky when you die. And the Starvation Army they play. And they sing and they clap and they pray. Till they get all your coin on the drum. Then they'll tell you when you're on the bum. Holy rollers and jumpers come out. And they holler, they jump, and they shout. Give your money to Jesus, they say. He will cure all diseases today. If you fight hard for children and wife. Try to get something good in this life. You're a sinner and bad man, they tell. When you die you will sure go to hell. But the song envisions a day of reckoning. Workingmen of all countries, unite. Side by side we for freedom will fight. When the world and its wealth we have gained. To the grafters we'll sing this refrain. You will eat, by and by. When you've learned how to cook and to fry. Chop some wood, 'twill do you good. And you'll eat in the sweet by and by. 21. The result of such faith for food trades is that, as Nels Anderson observed, the missions attract men who are religious primarily for profit. 22. Boxcar Bertha agreed. Some of the girls made a specialty of all the words and attitudes that went with being saved, and used them all successfully to get the watery soups and the coffee and bread that were put out by rescue missions in the name of the Lord. Some of them made up circumstantial stories of the Jewish ancestry and got emergency help from Jewish agencies. Or they manufactured Roman Catholic backgrounds and got help from Catholic missions. Others had acquired the language of various lodges and fraternal organizations, and in the name of fathers and brothers and uncles who were Masons, Moose, Woodmen, Kiwanians, they were given food or clothes or money for transportation. 23. Complains another, much more recently. I went from agency to agency, and from church to church, asking for help. These places all want to know about your work history, your money, troubles you got into when you were 12, your sex life, anything to find dirt on you. When I got mad about the questions and the waiting list to get emergency help, they told me that if I didn't want to cooperate, I could just leave and get nothing. The churches all expect me to love Jesus and become regular churchgoers at their church if they gave me clothes or food. They would give help once, but if you don't show your face on Sunday morning, there won't be no more help. Guaranteed. Nobody gives something for nothing, everybody wants something in return. 24. Americans in need realized long ago that private charity, precisely because it is private, might be even more controlling and coercive than public assistance, imposing what can seem like arbitrary rules and regulations, enforcing their own mercurial moral codes. Nor are private charities free from the same corrupting influences of patronage that can hinder public agencies. From a New York missionary, no less. The churches and synagogues are of little vital importance there, because they ignore social conditions, or largely ignore them. And there is a reason for this also, and the reason is that they are supported by the people, the very people who perpetuate the evils against which prophet, priest, and pastor ought to cry out continually. The protest against such conditions is a negligible quantity. 25. In the past, more than a few churches charged pew rents, and as in the theater today, the most generous donors received the seats closest to the front. Slaves were typically given the balcony, and poor whites were offered, sometimes quite grudgingly, seats at the very back, until some enterprising philanthropists began fundraising for free chapels, segregated houses of worship expressly for the poorer classes, to be erected, if at all possible, next to the poorhouse. As historian Barbara Bellows acerbically observed, many were quite happy to support efforts to bring the church closer to the poor as long as the church did not bring the poor closer to them. 26. Economist Robert Solow makes the case succinctly, responding here to those who have argued that we would do well to leave efforts at relieving poverty to private charity. I cannot see that taking alms from the well-off is any less damaging to independence than is a wage supplement from the state, or even the dole. If anything, I would guess that the psychological-sociological balance favors the state. Servility and gratitude toward one's betters is not my idea of propriety in a democracy. A citizen's right, even if sometimes abused, is better. A claim on private charity can also be abused, by both parties. 27. It is no easy task, even when faced with no other options, to eat the bread of charity. This is from a 1903 account by a 50-year-old man who lost everything when his business failed. During the first week of my enforced sojourn in the parks, my mental and physical sufferings were greater than in subsequent weeks. My mind was in a complex state. I was not hopeless, nor did I become so at any stage of the game. I keenly felt the humiliation of my position, and the sense of disbarment from all sweetness of life was overwhelming. I dreaded to meet anyone that I knew, lest he should apprehend my outcast state. Physically I was demoralized. From want of regular sleep my brain became wearied and sluggish. The pangs of hunger tormented me and sapped my energy. As yet I had not eaten of the bread of charity, but at the end of the week of starvation the boast of a lifetime that I would steal before I would beg seemed trivial. At midnight on Sunday I fell into the long line of men waiting for the portion of stale bread that a philanthropic baker nightly doles out to the homeless. The line is always formed ahead of time, for the first two that arrive are given a double portion, for which they sweep the sidewalk of crumbs, while those at the end of the line go away empty-handed when it happens that the supply of bread is short. While I awaited my turn my thoughts were busy. On one side of the array of hungry men loomed the great building erected by a merchant prince, who added to his tens of millions by driving small dealers out of business and by cutting the wages of labor. On the other side rose the marble walls of Grace Church, the worshipping place of the rich and powerful. The tall and ornate spire pointing heavenward recalled the words of the Galilean, "He that cometh to me shall never hunger, and he that believeth in me shall never thirst." But on that Sunday night of which I write the hungry were fed by the baker and not by the church. As the men received their allotted portion they slunk away, not in groups or pairs, but solitary and alone, munching the bread as they went. The status of the men of the parks was easily determined by the way they ate their bread. The newcomers ate ravenously, those of longer experience more slowly but with evident relish, while the old-timers ate with an effort, forcing the bread down as a necessity to life. A continuous diet of bread alone does not satisfy the inner man, and in this connection one of the bread eaters unintentionally said a good thing. He voiced the cry of his stomach and described his emaciated condition by the single remark that the skin was cracking on his bones for the lack of meat. As for myself, I ate the bread of charity for the first time in my life, and it did not choke me, on the contrary, it appeased my fierce hunger. Swelling it up with water from the fountain at the park, I settled into a seat on a bench and slept until an officer on his morning round aroused me with a rough shake and the command to wake up and take a walk. 28. Eating trash. During the Great Depression food was so scarce that one administration official received a plea to ask the dining public not to put their cigarettes out in their plates so that the unfinished food might be passed on for the deserving poor. 29. One Chicago area newspaper reported that lines form every day at the garbage dump from 8 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon. 30. As Edmund Wilson wrote, "There is not a garbage dump in Chicago which is not diligently haunted by the hungry." Last summer in the hot weather, when the smell was sickening and the flies were thick, there were 100 people a day coming to one of the dumps, falling on the heap of refuse as soon as the truck had pulled out and digging in it with sticks and hands. They would devour all the pulp that was left on the old slices of watermelon and cantaloupe till the rinds were as thin as paper, and they would take away and wash and cook discarded turnips, onions, and potatoes. Meat is a more difficult matter, but they salvage a good deal of that, too. The best is the butcher's meat which has been frozen and has not spoiled. If they can find only meat that is spoiled, they can sometimes cut out the worst parts, or they scald it and sprinkle it with soda to neutralize the taste and the smell. Fish spoils too quickly, so it is likely to be impossible, though some people have made fish head soup. Soup has also been made out of chicken claws. Fed herself and her 14-year-old son on garbage. Before she picked up the meat, she would always take off her glasses so that she would not be able to see the maggots, but it sometimes made the boy so sick to look at this offal and smell it that he could not bring himself to eat. He weighed only 82 pounds. 31. Eating from the trash remains part of the lives of many Americans, especially homeless men. Ace backwards takes some pride in his talent for it. I could be dropped, blindfolded, into almost any city in America, with nothing but the shirt on my back, and I would be able to survive, comfortably, totally on my own. Don't underestimate the psychological value of this realization, or the sense of independence that it can give. Of course, on the other hand, I'm a bum eating out of the garbage, so what do I know? 32. He continues, in his guidebook on how to survive on the streets. There are many street people who don't get welfare checks or sue the charity agencies, and yet manage to survive almost exclusively from scrounging. As the ever-resourceful and supremely self-sufficient hate man put it, I prefer just digging in the trash to find what I need. I feel a lot of the social agencies are a parent/child setup. I prefer the trash. It's floating down the river. I don't owe anybody anything. 33. Restaurant dumpsters can be good targets. Wait until just after closing time, and you may be rewarded with a sizable bag of discarded food. Lars Einar described the first moment of dumpster diving. At first the new scavenger is filled with disgust and self-loathing. He is ashamed of being seen and may lurk around, trying to duck behind things, or he may try to dive at night. Every grain of rice seems to be a maggot. Everything seems to stink. He can wipe the egg yolk off the found can, but he cannot erase from his mind the stigma of eating garbage. That stage passes with experience. The scavenger finds a pair of running shoes that fit and look and smell brand new. He finds a pocket calculator in perfect working order. He finds pristine ice cream, still frozen, more than he can eat or keep. He begins to understand, people throw away perfectly good stuff, a lot of perfectly good stuff. At this stage, the dumpster shyness begins to dissipate. The diver, after all, has the last laugh. He is finding all manner of good things that are his for the taking. Those who disparage his profession are the fools, not he. 34. Such strategies do not come without risks, however. Says Einar. When you live out of dumpsters, dysentery is an occasional fact of life. In the middle of nowhere, the result was inconvenient. In the city, as I had yet to discover, intestinal distress and the dearth of truly public restrooms provide a number of unpretty options. 35. Not all risks are so benign. During the Great Depression, one man told another, named Cass, that he always was able to eat because he can get garbage out o' any old can. But Cass knew better than that. He knew that once a week, on Saturday, all open garbage was sprayed by the city. So to the sullen shoulders in front of him, to a flat-backed head on a hairy neck he said, "They're puttin' stink oil on the grab cans now. That guy won't find even crap left clean. I seen 'em sprayin' it on last summer, back o' Commerce Street in Dallas. It was green kind o', looked like to me." Another man told them that it was coal oil. 36. In 1884, the Chicago Tribune advised, "When a tramp asks you for bread, put strychnine or arsenic in it, and he will not trouble you any more, and others will keep out of the neighborhood." 37. Even now some restaurants pour ammonia over the food they discard in order to keep homeless people away from their trash, a practice re-inaugurated in full measure in the 1980s. 38. Scrounging through the trash for food is not confined to homeless men living on the streets of big cities. This is Jeanette Walls, who would grow up to become an MSNBC.com gossip columnist. When I started 6th grade, the other kids made fun of Brian and me because we were so skinny. They called me Spider Legs, Skeleton Girl, Pipe Cleaner, 2x4, Bony Butt, Stick Woman, Beanpole, and Giraffe, and they said I could stay dry in the rain by standing under a telephone wire. At lunchtime, when the other kids unwrapped their sandwiches or bought their hot meals, Brian and I would get out books and read. Brian told everyone he had to keep his weight down because he wanted to join the wrestling team when he got to high school. I told people that I had forgotten to bring my lunch. No one believed me, so I started hiding in the bathroom during lunch hour. I'd stay in one of the stalls with the door locked and my feet propped up so that no one would recognize my shoes. When other girls came in and threw away their lunch bags in the garbage pails, I'd go retrieve them. I couldn't get over the way kids tossed out all this perfectly good food: apples, hard-boiled eggs, packages of peanut butter crackers, sliced pickles, half-pint cartons of milk, cheese sandwiches with just one bite taken out of them because the kid didn't like the pimentos in the cheese. I'd return to the stall and polish off my tasty finds. There was, at times, more food in the wastebasket than I could eat. The first time I found extra food, a bologna and cheese sandwich, I stuffed it into my purse to take home for Brian. Back in the classroom, I started worrying about how I'd explain to Brian where it came from. I was pretty sure he was rooting through the trash, too, but we never talked about it. As I sat there trying to come up with ways to justify it to Brian, I began smelling the bologna. It seemed to fill the whole room. I became terrified that the other kids could smell it, too, and that they'd turn and see my overstuffed purse, and since they all knew I never ate lunch, they'd figure out that I had pinched it from the trash. As soon as class was over, I ran to the bathroom and shoved the sandwich back in the garbage can. 39. The enterprising can find more than just food. David Zucchino relays the story. Odessa prided herself on the quality of her trash picking. She had a discerning eye. She did not bring home junk. And for her there was no stigma attached to the base origins of these objects. Each item she dragged home represented to her a form of independence. She might be on welfare, but she wasn't dependent, and she certainly wasn't helpless. She did not expect anyone to give her anything, but she saw no reason not to take advantage of what was available. Just as she qualified for welfare, she was also entitled to root through people's trash cans and seize for herself those things that others lacked the common sense or initiative to put to good use. 40. How much of Odessa's pride was genuine, and how much merely a means by which to obscure what could have been shame, is impossible for us to know. But her tale, and those of many others, cautions us against assuming that getting by picking through other people's trash must be degrading and humiliating. Independence can be found in awkward places. Timothy Donahue. Wednesday, September 26, 1990. I have become much more adept at dealing with poverty. I was in a state approaching terror back then at the possibility of running completely out of money. It is not like that now, of course. Now I can say that I am capable of going broke anywhere in the world without considering it even worthy of a passing conversation. Part of this equanimity must be due to my having learned how to use resources like missions and meal programs. But a lot of the sang-froid is derived from an indifference to the kind of pain that comes with an utter depletion of financial resources. I think repetition must inure the human animal to certain kinds of agony. 41. Walls again, recounting an exchange years later with her now homeless mother. You want to help me change my life? Mom asked. I'm fine. You're the one who needs help. Your values are all confused. Mom, I saw you picking through trash in the East Village a few days ago. Well, people in this country are too wasteful. It's my way of recycling. She took a bite of her seafood delight. Why didn't you say hello? I was too ashamed, Mom. I hid. Mom pointed her chopsticks at me. You see, she said. Right there. That's exactly what I'm saying. You're way too easily embarrassed. Your father and I are who we are. Accept it. 42. There are now entire poor relief industries based upon the notion of food reclamation not-for-profits which rescue food that would otherwise be thrown out from restaurants, grocery stores, and private and corporate parties, and then distribute it to soup kitchens, homeless shelters, old age homes, and community centers. It's food that makes it easier for threadbare organizations to provide for their clientele or allows them to spend scarce funds on other necessaries, and much of it is fresh and expertly prepared. That's all to the good. But it is still distributing garbage to poor people. These practices also have their antecedents. Among black female household employees, the service pan was often an essential part of their survival strategy. One Southern nursemaid describes it as the general term applied to leftover food, which in many a Southern home is freely placed at the disposal of the cook. If it were not for the service pan, I don't know what the majority of our Southern colored families would do. The service pan is the mainstay in many a home. And, I tell you, with all of us poor people, the service pan is a great institution. It is a great help to us, as we wag along the weary way of life. She admits that many take more than just leftover food, such as small portions of flour, or scraps of used soap. But I indignantly deny that we are thieves. We don't steal, we just take things. They are a part of the oral contract, expressed or implied. We understand it, and most of the white folks understand it. 43. Indeed they did, for the service pan could also be taken away to exert control or exact punishment, as Harriet Jacobs reported in her autobiography of Life as a Slave. If dinner was not served at the exact time, would station herself in the kitchen, and wait until it was dished, and then spit in all the kettles and pans that had been used for cooking. She did this to prevent the cook and her children from eking out their meager fare with the remains of the gravy and other scrapings. 44. As MFK Fisher suggested, this is why it is hard to separate discussion about food and hunger from questions about power and security, and just as the Lawrence strikers demanded bread as well as roses, we must attend not only to our rank physical needs but also to our wilder, more insistent hungers, as Fisher put it, our hunger for dignity, for self-determination, for independence, and for love. 4. Work, dependence. When a man is compelled to eat the bread of idleness because social conditions over which he has no control deny him the right of access to work, he is as much a victim of injustice as though he were sandbagged on his way home and robbed by the highwayman or assassin of the fruit of his daily toil. It is this social injustice, I say, that breeds and perpetuates vice, poverty, and crime. S.M. Jones, Mayor of Toledo, 1897. In November 2006, a new Times Square store advertised that it would be hiring for about 200 positions, one-third of them only part-time. Unexpectedly, not hundreds but thousands of people showed up to apply. Crowd control became impossible, mounted police were dispatched to keep order, and the job seekers were sent away and told to mail in their applications. As one man from the Bronx told the New York Times, "I was very disappointed. It burns the spirit." A Brooklyn woman lamented, "This is what unemployment looks like in New York City. I wanted to cry." And a local businessman said, "All those people applying for that many jobs. It's so sad that it's funny." One Franklin Folsom shows us that this is an old pattern. From 1837. One hot day in August, 500 men in New York applied for work in response to an advertisement for 20 men to wield a spade in the country at $4 a month plus board. Men posted notices in City Hall that they would do any kind of work for $3 a week. 2. According to Jack London, in 1894 one reporter made a casual reference, in a newspaper column she conducts, to the difficulty two businessmen found in obtaining good employees. The first morning mail brought her 75 applications for the position, and at the end of 2 weeks over 200 people had applied. 3. In 1896, recounted Mrs. L.P. Rowland, a man working in a gun factory was killed. 80 men applied for the vacant place. Within 3 weeks the accepted applicant was killed, and promptly 40 men stepped forward to fill his place. What remained for the 39? 4. And in 1914, we learn from Leah Feder. The labor exchange asked all unemployed people who were willing to work at anything for any price to register with them, and within a week 11,000 persons had enrolled. 5. A few years earlier, an ice company announced a few available jobs and 500 men showed up, with one observer suggesting that there were another 20,000 who could have joined in. 6. Nels Anderson tells us that in 1921 Chicago Public Employment Agency catering to skilled laborers found as many as 300 homeless men at its doors each day. Only those who met stringent notions of worthiness were even considered. 7. In one Minnesota county during the Depression, 3,000 men registered for 300 relief jobs. 8. At around the same time in Sioux City, Iowa, too many men showed up for a work relief assignment and they literally fought one another for shovels. 9. In a study of homeless New Hampshire families in the 1990s, Mary Newton says this of herself and her husband, Bruce. We have tried and tried to find jobs. There simply aren't any. We must apply for a dozen jobs every day. We read want ads every night. We walk around looking for help wanted signs in windows. We are applying for jobs that we would never have considered before. And we can't even get them. We have to eat. We have to take care of our children. People look at us like, what kind of losers are you? It is so upsetting the way they look at us. We didn't do anything wrong. We just lost our jobs, and now everything is awful. How dare they look at us like that? It could happen to them, but I guess they don't know that. 10. In what has become a seminal examination of unemployment in New York, Catherine Newman discovered. Among Central Harlem's fast food establishments, the ratio of applicants to available jobs is 14:1. For every fortunate person who lands one of these minimum wage jobs, there are 13 others who walk away empty-handed. 11. The examples could be multiplied many thousand times over, although to some extent they reveal little more than the fact that we have always had unemployment. Rates have varied enormously, from highs of as much as 40% in some places during the worst of the 1893 Depression and Great Depression to around 5 to 9% over the past few decades. Official data systematically undercount unemployment, however, and if we add in those who have been unemployed for so long that they have given up looking and those working part-time because they can't find full-time jobs, the numbers typically double today. In July 2005, for example, according to the National Jobs for All Coalition's calculations, the official rate of 5% was more likely to be 10.9%. 12. And even the official data show substantially higher rates in poor urban neighborhoods. The vignettes above and these data matter because so much of the critique of welfare and the welfare state is rooted in complaints about the supposed laziness of those who are poor. To rebut this presumption, we should attend to how consistently throughout our history poor men and women have competed against one another for scarce jobs, and just how desperate many have been for work, in times of crisis and in normal times, too. Work and welfare. The plea for work, not welfare, is a constant. But not just any work. A report from the late 1700s. It is said that our poor are indolent, and will not work. Give the poor a sufficient compensation for their work, let the demand for their exertions be constant and steady. And it will soon be found that the charge of indolence is a calumny on the most destitute part of our fellow citizens. As far as our experience extends, we have always found the people anxious for employment, and to perform it with fidelity. 13. Lorena Hickok, writing to update Harry Hopkins during the Depression. Those fellows don't want to work, they say, and cite instances where a man on the relief rolls was offered a job for a day or two and turned it down. What they don't understand is that the unemployed have learned that accepting one of these temporary jobs takes them off the relief rolls, and that the clerical work involved is apt to keep them off long after the money they earned on the job may have run out. Therefore, you can hardly blame a man for not wanting to run the risk of being cut off the relief rolls for a job that may last a day or so and pay him $2 or $3.14. John Dawson, 1965. I don't think a man should stay on welfare if there's any way possible he can get off it. We're not in favor of riding the relief rolls till you're dead, but I don't believe he should be put out in the street on a job that he couldn't make a living on. I think he should have a job, but a decent job where he could take and make a living for his family, and give him enough money that he could lay some money aside for sickness or something like that. 15. One New York woman noted a similar kind of problem after the welfare reform of 1996 and its new work requirements. The job developers try to give you a temporary job that only pays $5 an hour. I don't want a 3-week job that only pays $5 an hour. As soon as you have one of these terrible, temporary jobs, your benefits get cut and then you have to start the process all over again once the 3 weeks is up. I have a family to support. I need a real job. 16. One former welfare recipient, a Native American woman, said it this way. I want to give my kids someone to look up to. People should work if they can. I was embarrassed being on welfare. People think you're lazy. I wanted to better my future. I don't want to depend on my family. I'm an independent woman. 17. But the desire for work does not necessarily translate into the ability to work. Poor Americans often have less education and fewer skills, which limits their options to jobs with low pay, few benefits, and little security. 18. Such jobs seldom pay enough to cover child care. Poor women are twice as likely as those with incomes above 200% of the poverty line to have health problems, and about half of all women on welfare report having poor physical or mental health. Some 10 to 15% of recipients, perhaps more, have a disabled child. 19. Women on welfare are more likely to have been victims of domestic violence, and it is common in such relationships for men to sabotage women's efforts at work, training, or education, as we'll see. 20. Numerous studies have shown how difficult it can be for black men to find work. White men with prison records are more likely to get jobs than identically qualified black men without prison records. 21. The point is that obstacles to employment are significant and belie facile complaints that recipients are irresponsible, lack a work ethic, or don't try hard enough. 22. Take it from Laverne, around 1995. I don't know why life should be so hard. Life seems like I get on a boat and I get going and something happens and then I fall back again. Then I have to start all over again. Then I get back in the boat and work hard and then something happens and I have to start all over again. It seems I never get anywhere but I work real hard. The big question for me would be to figure out how I could get somewhere and stay there and keep going. But I don't know how to do that. 23. When they do work, less educated women receive less in the bargain. One working mother told sociologist Catherine Eden and anthropologist Laura Lean. There were many days when I got my paycheck and I just looked at it and cried. It was not enough to pay my rent, and I had to work almost the full month to pay the rent. It was never enough that I could go buy groceries. And I had the 2 kids and they had to watch one another and I didn't want welfare. And it is just one up and down after another. Somehow, you can even feel like you're not even a part of society because you're standing there looking at the American dream and you feel like it's passing you over. 24. This is the reality of women, work, and welfare. The majority use relief for brief periods of time, often between jobs. They move on and off the rolls over their lives because the jobs they are able to get do not provide them with enough in wages and health insurance to care adequately for themselves and their families. The nation's largest employer, Walmart, knows this. It has encouraged its employees to apply for food stamps, Medicaid, and other public benefits because it knows that few people can live on what Walmart pays. 25. In a particularly cruel irony, while we have castigated women on welfare for not working, throughout the history of the AFDC program they were forbidden to work while on the rolls if they wanted to retain their full benefits. This was not lost on recipients. Rebecca. You know, that's what I think is really stupid about welfare, because one of the reasons there are so many stereotypes about people on welfare is because they won't let you work. Most people, well, a lot of people that are on welfare, work. And I mean, you want to say that people on welfare are lazy, but most people do work. It's just that we can't tell you that we work. 26. In recent decades, a majority of women on welfare have worked officially, about 1/3 at any given time, and many more, like Rebecca, worked without reporting it. 27 It's another old pattern. In one study of nearly 1,000 widows who sought assistance in 1910, 84% worked while on relief, and perhaps as many as half worked for 30 hours or more each week. 28 Women on welfare work because they want to, and because benefits have been so low that they have to. As a result, they have been obliged by the government to lie and deceive. One woman described working as nothing less than civil disobedience. Another added, "You're breaking the law by making sure you and your kids don't starve on the street. Well, that's not my law." 29. Some receive the assistance of sympathetic caseworkers who help them game the system, like N, who told researcher Lisa Dodson, "I tell them when to say I don't know, what to ask for, and how to get the most out of it. I use my body language. Like when they answer something wrong, maybe honestly, but wrong to get the service, I kind of wince or make a face, and they get it. I mean, they're not dumb, you know, they're poor." Dodson continues. "And what does that make you?" I ask N. She looks me in the eye when she answers, "A social worker." And believes that, if you do social work, you eventually have to make a choice. You can learn to see the worst in people, and then to identify deeply with the institutional mandates which express social stigma. Or you begin to see the world standing in another woman's shoes. If you do, you start to think differently about what is right. You start to think, if I was there and that was my baby, what wouldn't I do to get over the blockades? 30. Jolene said this about her unreported income. The system makes us fraudulent. It makes us fraudulent. I can tell you right now, it makes everyone that is on the system fraudulent. They might as well tell you. They might as well tell you the truth. I'm fraudulent, and everybody else that I know is. Because to get by, you have to do things that they're not going to allow. 31. When asked how they felt about not reporting income, most of the Ohio women political scientist John Gilliam talked with responded similarly. Said Shawana, "It makes you feel like you are ripping them off. Like you are a thief." Marilyn concurred. "It makes you feel like a dog. To lie in order to make it month to month. It makes you feel like a lowlife." 32. Their complaints were made decades earlier by a resident of the Lower East Side. "The investigators were always nice to me. They were never mean. The one I had when they found out I was working said he knew I couldn't make it on welfare money, but there was nothing he could do. That's the worst thing about welfare. The way it is now, they're making people cheat so they can live right. The way I grew up, that was the only way we could stay alive. There ought to be a way for people on welfare to improve themselves without having to cheat." 33. As one of his correspondents reported to Hopkins, relief clients are often tempted not to report these temporary, poorly paid jobs. That is called chiseling, and people have been arrested for it. But again, heads of families, ashamed and defiant, have led investigators into their homes and have pointed out to them where those few, pathetic dollars went. Dishes, towels, clothing, badly needed bits of furniture, drugstore supplies, things you can't get on relief. 34. Rose Halpern agrees. "The depression hit us very badly. My mother lost her job. Finally, our neighbors started to plead with her to go on welfare. Grandma thought, how could she do that to me? To us it was a terrible thing. Finally, they were about to put us out, and she agreed. We applied for it, and they asked us a million questions. I had to go for my mother, to be the interpreter. They asked you if you worked, how much money you had. You had to be poor all the time. They paid your rent and a little more, but you couldn't exist on that little money, so my mother finally got herself a part-time job. She didn't report it. 35. Such women have been in a triple bind. The wages available to them in the labor market have been insufficient, they have caregiving responsibilities pressing in upon them, and when they do choose relief over work, the benefits have never been enough, forcing them to supplement them with unreported income. Catherine Newman makes this observation in her late 20th century study of low-wage workers in New York. Rather than paint welfare and work as different worlds, it makes far more sense to describe them as two halves of a single coin, as an integrated economic system at the very bottom of our social structure. Kaisha's family is a clear example of this fusion. Her mother needs the income her working child brings into the house, Kaisha needs the subsidies that state aid provides to her mother. Only because the two domains are linked can this family manage to make ends meet, and then just barely. 36. The insulting, though common, claim that poor people must be forced to work is no modern innovation. As early as 1619 the Virginia Assembly required compulsory labor from the slothful, and there were workhouses later erected throughout the colonies. Alexander Hamilton, in his report on manufactures, urged this approach, and in 1789 he helped begin the New York Manufacturing Society, designed to reduce beggary and provide work for the honest poor. Such organizations became a regular part of New York's charity landscape. 37. Relief workers of the 19th century were willing to remove children, the elderly, the infirm, and other dependents from the home and place them in institutions so that the female caregiver could go to work, and thereby end her reliance upon public or private aid. In written reports, charity agents castigated their charges for undue sentimentality when they resisted having their home broken up, resistance they often attributed to inferior cultural backgrounds. Sometimes it took months of persuasion to get women to surrender their children to institutions, many of which were so far away that mothers would not be able to visit for years. If women ultimately refused to cooperate, aid was sometimes simply cut off. Mothers resisted these efforts and fought for relief so that they could keep their family together. Further, some children were needed at home to work and supplement the family income or to supervise other children or the sick while adult women were out at work. These were nested dependencies and complex networks of support, seldom appreciated by the welfare agents. 38. Other dependencies. African American women have always worked, and for much of our history they have done so without compensation. As former slave Angelina Grimke-Weld revealed, it is whites who have been dependent, and dependent upon blacks. She writes, "Told a friend of mine, that she was entirely dependent upon her for all her comforts, she dressed and undressed her, gave her all her food, and was so necessary to her that she could not do without her." 39. Black women have historically been responsible for maintaining white households, raising white children, tending to whites' animals and gardens, and serving as the unwilling sexual partners for white men. 40. It was true in mill villages, too. Without the services that the Southern black woman provided, that system would not have worked for most mill families. She was cook, housekeeper, and surrogate mother in a home where the real mother spent most of her time in the mill. It was her job to raise and maintain a family of potential mill workers even as she was not allowed to work in the mill herself. It was not uncommon for white women to be jealous of the amount of time black women spent with their children in their homes. Meanwhile, the black woman would have to struggle with the fact that she had left her own children to fend for themselves while she went off to take care of white children. 41. Other poor women have also always worked. Women's entry into the labor market is not some late 20th century phenomenon, as we've seen, not merely the fruits of second-wave feminism. Poor women's work, and the work of their children, has been an essential part of family survival strategies. One native-born Brooklyn woman in the early 1900s, who took in sewing at home, described her condition. "It's awful, but I must work else we shall get nothing to eat and be turned into the street besides. I have no time for anything but work. I must work, 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 and work. Often we go to our beds as we left them when I haven't time or strength to shake them up, and Joe, my husband, is too tired or sick to do it. Cooking. Oh, I cook nothing, for I haven't time, I must work. I send a little girl out to the store across the way and she gets what she can: crackers, cake, cheese, anything she can get, and I'm thankful if I can only make some fresh tea." 42. As journalist John Spargo observed when recounting this woman's story, under better conditions she might have been a model housewife and mother, but it is not within the possibilities of her toil-worn, hunger-wasted body to be these and at the same time a wage earner. 43. This is precisely the point that Eva Feder-Kittay makes when she discusses derived dependency. It's not the dependence of children that exorcises the critics of welfare, but the dependency of their mothers. Few today insist that a 5-year-old should stop being so lazy and get a job, after all. Yet the mother and child are inexplicably linked, in what Kittay calls dependency relations. This derived dependency is structural, not characterological, she observes, because one cannot both provide the fiscal means for care and the caring itself. 44. That is, we accept the dependence of children, and this means that they need care, but the caregiver cannot both work and provide care, so the caregiver will, of necessity, be dependent as well. Kittay's insight is important, building upon what's now a fairly robust literature in what political theorists call the ethic of care. 45. Yet New York's Edward Devine anticipated Kittay and others by nearly a century when he made this observation in 1904. It is neither natural nor possible for a widowed mother to carry the double burden of earning an income and making a home for herself and her children, and under a social regimen in which the male head of the family is universally the normal wage earner, it can scarcely be pauperizing to substitute for his earnings, when he is removed by death, a regular income from some suitable charitable source. 46. Indeed, because of the vital caregiving and housekeeping role women played, Devine estimated that the death of a mother, even if she was not otherwise employed, could reduce family income by half. 47. Jane Addams understood this as well. "I could but wonder in which particular we are most stupid to judge a man's worth so solely by his wage-earning capacity that a good wife feels justified in leaving him, or in holding fast to that wretched delusion that a woman can both support and nurture her children." 48. Even American charity reformer Stephen Humphreys Guertin, as dedicated an opponent of public relief as any in the 19th century, identified the dilemma in this observation about the London poor, even if he did not understand the implications. In the large majority of such cases, the man is not the only breadwinner. The wife also has to work so as to shut out starvation and beggary. What then in the past, was a woman to do with her children during the day, while she was busy at work adding to the scant, daily income? 49. Kwasi, while living in a shelter not too long ago, articulated it more concisely. "Sometimes my mother couldn't get everything she needed, because she was getting us everything we needed." 50. Cora on President Clinton, welfare reform and time limits. "How can he do that? Like my younger kids, he gonna put me on welfare for 2 years, so otherwise what you sayin' when my baby get 5 years old I can't get welfare no more? So what am I supposed to do? He got jobs lined up or something? 'Cause if he got some jobs lined up, and it ain't makin' like $2 or 3 something an hour, that'll work. But my baby require my attention. Unless they're gonna pay somebody to take care of him, you know, with the problems we have. And why not pay me? I'm his mother. They're gonna pay somebody else? They're gonna be doin' the same thing I'm doin', you know. I can do it. It seem like they're gonna pay someone else to do the same thing that I been doin'." 51. In the wake of relief cutbacks in late 19th century Philadelphia, women were pushed off the rolls and into the labor market, just as they have been more recently. Many took jobs as live-in servants, just as others now get work as child care providers. And so, in caring for others' homes they were rendered unable to care for their own. As a result, in the former period fully 1/4 of all charities serving women were for child care. 52 As Simon Newman tells us, Jane Ridley made money in one of the only ways she could, by hiring herself out as a wet nurse, while entrusting her son Alexander to another, cheaper wet nurse. 53. Then as now, it does not count as work unless it enters the market. 54 But the results are clear. In American cities today, almost 50% of unemployed parents don't work because they choose instead to care for their families, while another quarter are unemployed due to disability or illness, in turn creating the need for others to care for them. 55 Responsibility takes many forms. 56. As historian J. Kleinberg contends in her History of Poor Women with Children in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, constrained by their dependence needs, women with young children had a different perspective on economic activity than single or childless women did. They considered remuneration, of course, but also evaluated a job's child-friendliness. Mary Brewer, a white widow in North Carolina, wrote to the Children's Bureau for advice on avoiding the prospect outlined by her state superintendent of public welfare. He wanted to place her 2 older children in a home and board the baby with relatives so she could live in as a domestic servant. The thought of putting her children in an orphanage and possibly losing all contact with them drove her to despair. 57. Was Brewer's reluctance to work a mark of laziness and dependence? How odd it seems that such women should be castigated for their unwillingness to give over their children to the care of strangers. As Nancy Fraser and Linda Gordon have shown, dependence was not always an epithet, nor was women's failure to work always a mark of failure. 58 Note this curious entry in Amy Morris Bradley's diary, written while she was a hospital volunteer during the Civil War, after having been mistaken for paid labor. To think that I, poor Amy Bradley, would come out here to work for money, and that, the paltry sum of $12 per month and rations. He got my opinion of him and a good many other things in very plain terms, I can assure you. He apologized wonderfully. Had he known I was a volunteer, he certainly would have left me at Fortress Monroe, etc. etc. So then for $12 a month a person could be sold and driven around just where the staff chose. Thank God I had a higher motive than a high living and big salary. 59. She holds her dependence as a badge of honor, and independence attained through wage labor as demeaning and a mark of inferiority. Finally, we should note the ways in which adults have been dependent upon children, and the long-standing importance of child labor for poor families. Child labor has been an essential part of the household economy. Up until the 20th century it could constitute as much as 1/3 of all household income. In 1900, industries as diverse as cotton, mining, glassworks, cigar manufacturing, soap powder factories, canning, and more owed no small part of their growth and profitability to the very low wages of their youngest laborers, some as young as 4 and 5 years old. 60 What can 4-year-old babies do? Asks Spargo. Here's one woman's answer. They are pulling basting threads so that you and I may wear cheap garments, they are arranging the petals of artificial flowers, they are sorting beads, they are pasting boxes. They do more than that. I know of a room where a dozen or more little children are seated on the floor, surrounded by barrels, and in those barrels is found human hair, matted, tangled, and blood-stained. You can imagine the condition, for it is not my hair or yours that is cut off in the hour of death. 61. From the death of one pauper, another creates wigs for people who will meet such indignity neither in life nor in death. Most history books tell the story of the introduction of child labor laws as a humane and long overdue intervention by government to prevent exploitation. But some households, poor and barely managing to get by, were thrown deeper into poverty, thanks to child labor and mandatory education laws, which deprived them of the income that was brought into the house by their children. In many instances, overworked women worked yet more hours just to break even. 62 Attesting once again to the blindness relief providers could display, the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children would, in many cities, even remove children from the home if they were found to be begging for alms, thereby depriving an already desperate household of one of its members and the income they contributed toward the family's survival. 63 Little wonder, then, that the organization was often referred to as simply the cruelty. We think of child labor as a remnant of the past, ended in the United States with the progressives. But it continued to be a vital part of family income on into the mid-20th century, especially in the rural South. Orphan Ruby Phillips Duncan, who eventually escaped to Las Vegas and became a leader of the local welfare rights movement in the 1960s and 1970s, could pick as much as 100 pounds of cotton in a single day by the time she reached her early teens, but that was not enough to make her feel that she wasn't a burden to the sharecropping family members who took turns taking her in. As she tells Annalise Orlek, "I was always getting a beating because I couldn't pick enough cotton." 64. Even today, children in some poor families provide as much as 16 to 20 hours of household labor, seldom recognized as such but often vital to the survival of the family. From caring for their siblings to cooking, cleaning, shopping, and more, this work consumes much of their time and energy. And many, of course, work outside the home as well. 65 The willingness to work is not the problem, nor has it been. 5. Love, women and children first. See, the people I've seen killed or hurt, it's because the other people are hurting inside. It's not because you need money, or food, you got enough places to eat down here. It's more the hurting. People downtown don't need to be fed, they need to be loved. Lana, 1980s. Men are the source of all happiness and all despair. Mary Childers, 2005. Being on welfare is not an aberrant behavior confined to the idle and undeserving poor, as myth would have it. Over the course of their lives, 65% of all Americans use some form of means-tested aid, which you must be poor enough to qualify for food stamps, Medicaid, disability income, or cash relief. 1 Most of us will be on welfare. This makes sense, given how widespread poverty is in the United States. But still, of that majority who will need public assistance, only 16% will receive it for 5 or more consecutive years. Welfare is used, as most people seem to think it should be, as an interim measure that allows recipients to find another job, care for a sick child or parent, escape an abusive relationship, or even care for themselves. The welfare queen remains a creature of myth. Rethinking responsibility. There are 3 potential locations for our dependence: the labor market, the family, and the state. That is, we are all dependent, to varying degrees, upon our jobs, upon our kin and community, and upon our government. Most of us can sustain failure in one of these, and sometimes even in 2, but when all fail, that is when we find ourselves in profound crisis, homeless, hungry, desperate. We shouldn't, therefore, underestimate the security and reliability of a welfare check. However inadequate, its presence can be counted upon, creating security not possible if a woman depends solely upon the support of marginally employed men, or upon her own low wage and often precarious employment. We will examine the oppressive side of relief, in which women trade a man for the man, in welfare activist Johnny Tillman's apt phrase, but the point for now is a simple one, although one rarely uttered in policy debate. Welfare can make women free from want, if only for a time, free to raise their children, free to get a college degree, free from abusive men. Sugar Turner. Welfare means that there ain't no man buying your groceries for you. Welfare means you don't get to be married. You don't get to have successful relationships. The most successful relationship you can have is with welfare. Welfare loves you. Welfare gives your kids Christmas presents when your man won't. Welfare makes sure you eat every month. Welfare doesn't cuss you out. It doesn't call you bitch. It doesn't screw other women on the side. 2. Women on relief are castigated for refusing to work, but as we have seen, most do work, yet for those who do not, welfare may be a means toward being a responsible parent. A caseworker in Minneapolis in the 1920s scribbled this in her report about one of her clients. Talk to Mrs. R about getting work. She said she is afraid to leave the children alone. The older ones all went wrong so young that she ought to stay home with them now. Point 3. Here's Darlene, speaking to the same issue many decades later. I feel like I rationalize a lot about being on aid. Because I don't feel like I'm not a productive person. I do feel that because of this I have been a better person, and I've had more time. I think when I was not on aid, I know clearly that all I was doing was working, sleeping, and I was not giving James any attention at all. I really wasn't. People who know I'm on aid will say, welfare's the worst thing that could have happened to black people. It's a very humiliating experience. And the shame is really inside. I don't tell people I'm on aid now. You feel like you're living down to people's expectations and you're a statistic. My father doesn't like it, being on aid. Most people just feel that you're not carrying your load in society. You know, that you're getting away with something. That everybody's taking care of you. But, she continues, I think I lead a really good life. I think I lead a better life than a lot of people. And I think I lead a better life than most people who are working 40 hours a week because I have chosen to live with less money so that I can have more time with my kid. Would be nice not to be looked down upon. I think it would be nice if people recognized that everybody here is contributing. That I couldn't be here and not contribute. Point 4. Laurel, another caseworker. If you're flipping burgers at McDonald's and you have no money to feed your children at the end of the month, then going on welfare is a responsible decision. Point 5. For some women, welfare is a rational, prudent choice, especially given the lack of safe, affordable child care. Kara said this in 1996. The welfare people, you know, they look down upon you. They say, she just sitting at home having those kids and getting that welfare check. She can get a job. They don't think of it as that's the choice you made. Even though I am poor, if I did have the money and I didn't have to be on welfare, I still would choose to be at home with my kids. They wouldn't think of it as that. They would think of it as she just sitting at home. You don't have a choice really. Point 6. Laura, in Florida, the year prior. I think it's more beneficial for my family that I be home than to compromise our lives in other ways, in sending them out to be cared for by somebody else. I would rather have a system that helped people take care of their kids and take care of their kids well. Point 7. Ingrid Rivera, who became a successful consultant and performance artist. I am a lesbian, I am a mother, and I was a welfare recipient for about 8 years. Because I was on welfare, I was able to give birth to my daughter in a hospital. I was able to obtain an apartment. I was able to feed my daughter more than just breast milk. I was able to clothe my family, get child care, and an education. I was able to lift myself out of poverty. Point 8. Diane Joan. Although I am no longer dependent on a welfare check and the whims of politicians, I am now dependent on a paycheck and the whims of bosses. I feel fortunate to have been on welfare because I also got to know my daughter in a way that would have been impossible if I had worked full-time while she was younger. Point 9. Rosemary Bray, examining the present through her own past. I was treated to the spectacle of William Jefferson Clinton throwing a party on the White House lawn as he signed a welfare reform bill that, had it existed 30 years ago, would have guaranteed my family's dissolution. By the time I was 10 years old, my mother's eligibility for welfare as well as her children's would have been at an end. She would have had to withdraw from us to focus on her race against time. She would have had to choose between saving us physically by earning money through workfare, and saving us psychologically, by being present and attentive in the midst of our difficult lives. Point 10. Sugar Turner makes the point in a way that might even appeal to the self-interest of the middle classes. The money I was making wasn't important enough for me to miss my kids' formative years. Those are the years that you bond. Those are the years that you instill in them the values that's hopefully gonna keep them from being some horrible person. Society should value that work, cause the son that I don't raise right is the boy that's gonna hit you in your head, steal your stereo, break in your house. You should be glad that I want to stay home, if that's what I'm doing. There's a lot of parents that are not doing that. And maybe they are just simply welfare leechin', but I was trying to raise my kids. So, no, I didn't think it was a fair trade. When I stopped working and got a check, I felt better not having to get my ass out in the cold, catch 4 buses. I felt better staying at home, scrubbing my kids, making sure their hair was combed neatly, sending them out, being there if the school called, going to all the school programs, being able to applaud my children as they played whatever vegetable in the school play, going to be a room mother. I feel better doing those things. I've seen it from both sides. Point 11. Such decisions do not come easily for most, given the disapproval they will inevitably receive. But let's not assume too much, for there are also women like Rosalie, a junkie for most of her children's upbringing, who taught many of them to use drugs and who lured her daughter into prostitution. She too collected a welfare check. Point 12. And Sugar herself used her welfare check for drugs, when, for a time, she was a crack cocaine addict. It's complicated. One young Philadelphia man to Elijah Anderson. I done see where 4 girls grow up under their mama. The mama turn around and she got a job between 3 p.m. and 11 p.m. These little kids, now they grow up like this. Mama working 3 to 11 o'clock at night. They kinda raise they self. What they know. By the time they get 13 or 14, they trying everything under the sun. And they ain't nobody to stop 'em. Mama gone. Can't nobody else tell 'em what to do. Hey, all of 'em pregnant by age 16. And they do it cause they want to get out on they own. They can get they own baby, they get they own check, they get they own apartment. They want to get away from mama. Point 13. Sandy was on welfare for about 2.5 years after she left her job to raise her first child. She reports being happier working, despite the fear and insecurity that comes with being a paycheck or two away from dire straits. She, like so many, is ambivalent about relief. I don't like the idea of being on welfare. It's not fun to report to the state every month. I made a mistake and got pregnant, but I wouldn't change being on welfare. It was an accident. I didn't plan it. If you're gonna give me a year, then I'm going to be grateful for a year. But it was a mistake. I know it's not the taxpayers' fault, but should my daughter have to suffer? It's not something I really regret, and sure I think about what my life would have been like if I hadn't gotten pregnant, but I couldn't not. How could you look at her and trade her for anything? 14. Carla from St. Louis, in the late 1980s, highlights what we know from studies of welfare: women are less likely to apply for relief if they have health care. Point 15. I do have qualifications for a lot of jobs, but they're all $3.35. And it's not worth getting a job where you have no medical or dental insurance, not if you have kids. It's not worth giving up welfare. I would work for $3.35 if they let me keep Medicaid and the food stamps, but they don't. They'll cut you off. Point 16. Yet women on welfare can be a boon to their buildings and neighborhoods, making it possible for other women to work. As welfare-reliant Lynn reported to political scientist Joe Sauce. I'm a stay-at-home mom who drives. That's a rare find. I'm on every kid I know's emergency contact for school. If I were in the workforce, too, a lot of these moms would end up losing their jobs. There have to be some mothers in the neighborhood who are going to do this, or none of the mothers, even the ones who want to work, are going to be able to work. Point 17. As Catherine Newman attests, it takes time to monitor public space. Mothers on welfare often shoulder the burden for working mothers who simply cannot be around enough to exercise vigilance. They provide an adult presence in the parks and on the sidewalks where it is most needed. Without these stay-at-home moms in the neighborhood, many a working poor parent would have no choice but to force the kids to stay at home all day. 18. This is the point that urbanist Jane Jacobs has made about the importance of a watchful eyes and mutual policing for a healthy, safe neighborhood. 19. And there's this interesting observation by one journalist writing about recipients in Washington, D.C. Although neither mother nor daughter talked about it directly, there was another difference between wages and a welfare check. Michelle spent her wages, and Mrs. Manley didn't feel she could lay down the law and claim a share of them. But in the Manleys' world, a welfare check, no matter whose name the government puts on it, is socially obligated to the household. A paycheck belongs to the person who earns it. 20. The determination of poor women to ensure that their children are not just well taken care of, but appear so to the public, is another constant. 21. Miss M.A. Parker, in the April 1869 American Freedman, reported from North Carolina. There is one woman who supports 3 children and keeps them at school. She says, "I don't care how hard I has to work, if I can only send Sally and the boys to school looking respectable." 22. The sacrifice was not insignificant, given low wages and the high cost of clothes and books. Sonia, more recently. Even though I was on welfare, I ain't gonna lie, I always like my baby to wear name brand things, you know? So they could never say that they ever seen my son dirty, in bad clothes or shit, that I wasn't taking care of him. 23. So mothers on welfare will find ways to dress their children in name brand clothing, or spend $100 or more on a pair of sneakers. Such indulgences can be more than merely a struggle not to appear poor. Newman again has gone without things she needs for herself so she could afford air conditioning and a Nintendo machine, items that sound like luxuries but turn out to be the key, or at least one key, to keeping her kids indoors and safe through the hot summer months. 24. The behavior of mothers like these is condemned by welfare critics as the wasting of scarce resources. But Sonia and Patty, in their own eyes, were behaving responsibly, one working to present her child to the world with the markings of middle-class status and responsible parenthood, the other making a rational cost-benefit analysis in which extravagance could purchase her children's safety and security. This is part of what makes claims that because many poor people today have televisions and air conditioning they are not truly poor seem callous and uninformed by knowledge of the practical strain of poverty. 25. Motherhood. Women who are branded irresponsible for being on welfare are also branded irresponsible for having children without the benefit of a husband. Welfare itself can assume some of the responsibility for poor female-headed households, given that throughout most of the life of AFDC only unmarried women were eligible. Through man in the house and suitable home rules, they were forbidden to have men in their lives. As Rosemary Bray said, on welfare, my mother joined the ranks of the unskilled women who found the state more reliable than their husbands. She explains. Mama found an autonomy denied her by my father. It was she who could decide, at last, some part of her own fate and ours. AFDC relegated marginally productive men like my father to the ranks of failed patriarchs who no longer controlled the destiny of their families. Like so many of his peers, he could no longer afford the luxury of a woman who did as she was told because her economic life depended on it. Daddy became one of the shadow men who walked out back doors as caseworkers came in through the front. Why did he acquiesce? For all his anger, for all his frightening brutality, he loved us, so much that he swallowed his pride and periodically ceased to exist so that we might survive. 26. When we take a closer look at poor women's beliefs about the importance of having children, and the potential harm that can come to them at the hands of men, it is difficult once again to dismiss their behavior as irresponsible or irrational. As one young woman told Robert Coles in the early 1960s, "To me, having a baby inside me is the only time I'm really alive. I know I can make something, do something, no matter what color my skin is, and what names people call me. When the baby gets born I see him, and he's full of life, or she is, and I think to myself that it doesn't make any difference what happens later, at least now we've got a chance, or the baby does." You can see the little one grow and get larger and start doing things, and you feel there must be some hope, some chance that things will get better. They tell you we are neglectful, we don't take proper care of the children. But that's a lie, because we do, until we can't any longer, because the time has come for the street to claim them. To take them away and teach them what a poor nigger's life is like. Point 27. Sociologists Catherine Eden and Maria Kefales's interviews with 162 poor Philadelphia women reveal that they judged children to be a necessity, while marriage was a luxury, something they hoped for but did not believe they could or should rely upon. The delay of marriage has many causes, but these women, having concluded that most marriages will not be permanent, wanted to achieve some economic independence for themselves and their children before marrying. Contrary to the conventional wisdom, it is not lack of respect for the institution of marriage that accounts for lower marriage rates among poor women, but instead a near reverence for it and a concomitant disdain for divorce. Point 28. This may help to explain why so many are particularly disapproving of marriages entered into solely as the result of a pregnancy. And to suggest that marriage alone could serve as a solution to the poverty of poor women is illogical. As Barbara Ehrenreich Riley observed in 1986, if we are to eliminate poverty in African American families, one husband given the likely earnings power of a black male will be grossly insufficient. But 4 husbands might be enough, by her calculations. Point 29. This is the reality that poor women understand marriage is not necessarily a solution, and for too many it merely creates new problems. Again and again, poor women identify their children as the best part of their lives, not, as many others would have it, as a mistake and burden that limits their opportunities or their ability to be independent. 30. For many, the birth of their first child, the new demands made of them, and the profound obligation they felt had the effect of bring order out of chaos. The emotional need that children fill was also a common refrain. Aaliyah reported to Eden and Kefales. The way I was raised, so much violence and confusion going on around me, I just wanted to love somebody. 31. As they write. This does not mean we accept at face value that these mothers are right when they say they are better off having had their children when they did. Some could probably have benefited from waiting. Before we dismiss their claims about the redemptive value of children, however, we should contrast their lives to those of their male counterparts, who do not usually bear the primary responsibility for their children. By any measure, the behaviors of men who populate these neighborhoods are considerably worse than those of the women. We simply do not know what these mothers' lives would be like without the responsibility for children, and the sense of identity, purpose, connection, or demand for order that it brings. These women put motherhood before marriage not primarily out of welfare opportunism, a lack of discipline, or sheer resignation. Rather, the choice to mother in the context of personal difficulty is an affirmation of their strength, determination, and desire to care for another. In the end, establishing the primordial bonds of love and connection is the ultimate goal of mothering. 32. Among those they spoke with, adoption was dismissed virtually out of hand, which is not surprising given the centrality of motherhood to their conception of a full life. These women consistently reported disapproving of abortion unless circumstances were truly dire and, indeed, more affluent teens are more likely to terminate an unplanned pregnancy than poor ones are, although this may not reflect their desires, but rather their relative ability to get access to or afford abortions. 33 But the reluctance to resort to abortion is surely not an unmitigated good. In a memoir about being raised poor and white in the Bronx with 6 siblings in the 1960s by her alcoholic mother, Mary Childers recounts this event. After ceremoniously turning off the television, Mom tells us in a hushed, trembling voice that she's not sick with the flu. She's pregnant. Concerned about her poor health, the doctor hinted he could grant a medical abortion to protect her life. But no, she couldn't kill a baby. Joan and Alice hug and kiss her as if this is glorious news. I tighten my fists. Abortion, abortion. I urge them all. We can't have another baby. There's no room. I can tell you now, I'm not helping with another baby. I break down and plead, but they ignore me. You're the meanest 11-year-old alive, Lacey chides me later. Mom is having a baby and that's that. That's that. Mom is sick all the time and yells at me that I care more about those retarded girls than my own family. I taunt back, I care about providing for myself instead of asking welfare or drunken men for money. I will never forgive my mother for bawling yet another hit and run father. For the first time in my life, Lacey slaps me in the face. She doesn't approve of me saying mom is like a fire hydrant male dogs piss all over before completing their business and trotting off. Furious, during class I scribble curses and doodle images of devils and demons in my school notebooks. Keening with shame, I no longer wonder why people hiss the word welfare and landlords deny us apartments. We are an infestation. 34